Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right. Hi, good morning. Happy Monday to you. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app. Podcast platforms 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous summer weather here right in the beginning part of May. You know what's crazy about, I'm not going to spend all day on the weather, I promise, but usually it's crappy this time of year, right? Usually it's gray and rainy and nasty and, you know, just sort of day after day of like 54 degrees and wet without even really ever raining and gray all the time. And so we end up missing one of like what should be the greatest month here because of just how light it is, how long. So how cool is it when it's actually clear and beautiful out that like it was light as I was driving to work this morning at 5 o'clock. It's awesome. Absolutely beautiful and light late as well on the weekends. Oh, I just absolutely couldn't love it more. Couldn't love the weather more. Puts me in a great mood. It's why everyone today is so excited to come in and talk about the Mariners. They had the weekend was the Randy all right. Maybe I'll just leave it to you guys.
Late Night Mariners texts.
Ooh, there's a lot in here. I don't know if I can read all of these, to be honest with you. A lot of frustration after the sweep. Of course, a little bit of overreaction, but just to have some fun with this. World Series, LOL, just swept by the worst team in baseball. Now they're going to be swept by the best team in baseball. That'll be 6 in a row. Well, okay. I mean, they did get swept by a bad Royals team. There's no doubt. As for whether or not they get swept by Atlanta, I guess we'll wait and see. Similarly, Mariners just got swept by a bad Royals team. They're about to get swept by the best team in all of baseball, the Braves. This team is downright bad. Time to throw away this season and be sellers in July. Goodbye, JP, Randy Gabe Spire, and Logan Gilbert. Reset and think about 2027, if there's going to even be a 2027.
Like the world is ending?
I think probably I'm guessing probably the baseball impending labor.
I thought they were going really negative with their.
I mean, look, anything is possible, Maura. I don't want to speak for the late night Mariners texters.
It was like Kyle Shanahan. Or what if we all don't wake up tomorrow?
It's true. It could be an end of the world deal. All right, let me read you some. I don't want to react to them all, because I feel like we could go for a while.
For the people with the Braves thing, at least Ronald Acuna Jr. will be sitting out this series.
He will be, yes. General soreness for him also, or does he have an actual injury designation? Please come on the radio, Salk, on Monday and tell us how good the Mariners are and that it's early. I'm not going to do that. I mean, it is still 1 month into the season. They're all of 2.5 games out of first place. I know you want to sell today. I'm going to guess that Jerry and Justin aren't going to do that yet. They'll probably wait on the selling until, the very last minute. But, look, I understand the frustration. I do. I'm frustrated. It was awful. That was a terrible weekend. I don't know whether I'm going to go as far as some of the texters. Okay, Salk, the Mariners are cooked. Brash, cooked. Cal's mysterious injury, cooked. Castillo, cooked. Donovan, MIA, cooked. Inconsistent defense. Where are the bright spots? There really weren't a lot of bright spots this weekend. Emerson Hancock was the bright spot.
Well, and the injuries that they mentioned make it feel worse, right?
It does feel like it's sort of rolling downhill on you a little bit right now and just unable to just get a grip in order to get the train stopped. You need some brakes. And I mean BRAKES, like ABS brakes. Like you just need a little something to stop the momentum going in the wrong way. The thing is, they've done that at times this year. The last time you felt like this is just sort of the reminder, right? Before you say, Salk, stop saying it's early, or, the Mariners are cooked, or this thing is over, it's about to happen again. The last time you felt like this, they went out on the road and went 5 out of 6. Right? Swept the Cardinals. Played great baseball. And they come home, and you're feeling good about it, and they play absolutely terrible baseball. I'm not sure what the reasoning is. I don't know why they are going back and forth. There's another one here. What a frustrating series. It might not be fair, but I really miss Scott's teams that played clean baseball. They've taken major steps back every year since he left. There is no doubt there is a cleanliness issue with the Mariners. I don't know whether I can attribute it to a managerial change, but there is no doubt there is a cleanliness issue right now with the Mariners. They're not playing clean. Randy forgetting the count and getting tossed out of first base with the bases loaded. Big spot. Yes, I heard Dan afterwards say sometimes players forget the outs or forget the count and bad things happen. Yes, it does happen to most players at some point over the course of a very long career. But you can't have it happen in that situation. Yes, it's May and not September or October. It's okay to forget. I mean, these things happen. They happen to really good players and very heads-up players. More will remember the name Trot Nixon, who was like the ultimate dirt dog. Like, this guy loves balls, always a heady play. He forgot the number of outs. Like, I've seen really good, smart players do it. The problem is when you do it.
You don't play this game without embarrassing things happening to you at times. I've forgotten the count. Rolled the ball back and there's base runners on. I mean, it happens. But it's tough in that situation, of course. But we got to learn from it, and we got to move on. And that's all we can do at this point.
The combination of that with the defensive miscues, because the defensive, like Julio, letting a ball go under his glove in the outfield, like that has a mental element to it.
I was going to say, because we talked before the season about how we thought the lineup was more well-rounded, but they were going to be trading some defense. So
I didn't think it'd be like this.
We thought there'd be a step back, but this is more sloppiness than not having the level of talent you have.
Well, that's right. I think when you say, okay, the defense is going to be as good, first of all, some of that was supposed to be Cole Young, who's been their best defender. Right? I mean, like, and all of a sudden Brendan Donovan moves to third, and that's not his natural position. Naylor, you're trading a little bit of defensive prowess for what he does at the plate, and unfortunately hasn't really brought it at the plate, right? You thought Victor Robles was going to play a bigger role in right field, and then Julio, and we'll discuss this in a little more detail later, thanks to Lyle for bringing out some of the numbers, he's gone from one of the premier best defenders in baseball to one of the worst. Now, it's a really small sample size of just a month, and I would expect Julio's defense to get better. But when you put all that together, it probably shouldn't be that big a surprise. All of those things are true. All of them. So, yeah, you put together sloppy defense, sloppy base running, a balk, not enough pitchers, quite frankly, in your bullpen. So another Friday night managerial, I don't want to call a meltdown, but I did not understand the decision-making at all on Friday night that somehow led to Dom Canzone taking a massive at-bat late in the game against the lefty. I don't understand. There were so many different ways that could have gone. It was another one where just like, this is malpractice. This guy's they're not being put in the best position to succeed. So put all those things together and then, add in the fact that it's a lousy Royals team, or at least a Royals team. They got some talent, but they can't pitch, and they've really not played well this year. And then they get a little get-right series here in Seattle in front of huge sold-out crowds for Randy Johnson. It's just a huge bummer. It's a huge bummer. I don't think you need to sell because this weekend went poorly. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you and tell you that they're playing well. They're not. I don't know what's going to fix it either. That I think is the bigger question. What are you going to do to fix this? Because they've got more talent than they're showing right now. They do. There's a reason that so many people talked about this team and discussed whether or not they should, be World Series contenders. It wasn't just you and me. It was everybody. I mean, this was a popular pick based on how they did last year, based on the pitching staff, and based on the moves they made in the offseason. You're not getting to see all of that right now. Donovan's hurt. Robles is hurt. Cal's got general soreness, which now apparently is a side issue. Brash is hurt. Munoz doesn't look like himself. I mean, you start running down this list, it gets to be a pretty long list. But those are the uncontrollables. I was upset about the controllables. The uncontrollables, sometimes guys aren't hot. Sometimes guys get cold. That happens. The controllables, remembering the number of outs, playing clean baseball, playing good defense. Those are the, making the right decisions to put guys in the best spot to succeed. Those are the things that are controllable. Yeah, sometimes people get hot and cold. That part is baseball. Making the mistakes around it, that's not. That's the stuff you look at and say, that stuff can't happen. Especially when things are starting to get away from you a little bit, then you've got to tighten the screws. Then you got to make sure you don't make those mistakes. And unfortunately right now, they're making too many of them. So what happens when Atlanta comes to town? I have no idea. That's the beauty of this game. Momentum is the next day's starting pitcher. And if Logan goes out there tonight and shoves, you find a way to get a win. Maybe you get another one the next day, and now you've won the series. And all of a sudden, everything feels a whole lot better because instead of getting swept by the Royals, you're on the verge of sweeping the Braves. Weird game. And you're still early. It's still only May, and you still got 5 months of baseball to be played. But that baseball has to be played differently than what they played over the weekend because that was just really, really poor. Really, really poor.
Wyman and Bob.
The Seahawks end up with 8 picks.
Every afternoon at 2.
They went in with 4, turned them into 8. What'd you think?
It did sort of align with what they needed. I love the first round pick. I would just give John an A for hanging around until 32 to take Jadarian Price.
They could use it. They could use it with the uncertainty surrounding certainly Charbonnet and or McIntosh, if he's even going to be part of it.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Olympic has the perfect way to celebrate spring. A hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. Through May 10th, you'll save thousands on the perfect wellness solution for your home. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
My first car sale was from Michigan. I get this lead. This guy had been looking for this very specific truck across the whole U.S., and he's concerned about rust. And I'm like, why don't we FaceTime? I will crawl beneath the truck. I literally was on my back beneath this vehicle, showing him all the welds that he wanted to see. He agreed, put down a deposit, held the truck, flew out that night from Michigan. I picked him up at the airport. He had his cashier's check. We went through everything, and that was my first car sale. So here's the catch. If you're willing to put a limit on what you're willing to do to be a good person, to help somebody out, or to help in the community, then that limit exists. So you don't. You just do what it takes to be the type of person you want to be and to help people like you hope that they would help you. And it doesn't matter. You just do what it takes.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign. And so I saw the accident coming and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Michelle Smallman here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Vessi & Sons Incorporated reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare, and let's bring our children home safely. A message from the entire team at Vessi & Sons Incorporated. Family owned for over 60 years, and wishing all our kids a safe and successful future.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, Mariners came home from their best road trip of the season, only to play some of their worst ball against very mediocre competition. Royals came in struggling. They left with a 3-game sweep of the Mariners, taking 2 one-run games and then coming from behind in the third.
Yeah, I mean, baseball's about consistency, and that's what we want to get to. And right now it seems like we're going through some swings back and forth. But we know what we got to do to get back to that consistent baseball, and that's what we're going to do, against this Atlanta club.
Well, they're certainly going to need to. Atlanta's pretty good, and they managed to find a lot of ways to lose this weekend. Friday, another rough outing from Brian Wu, some head-scratching managerial decisions. Saturday, kind of a wasted gem from Emerson Hancock, who struck out 14 in his 7 innings. Only to watch Munoz blow a save and then a 10th inning loss. Yesterday, another left-handed starter that just ate this lineup's lunch. They've had all kinds of problems against lefties. You throw in a couple of boneheaded plays on the bases, a balk, a problem or two in the field, and that's really the recipe for a sweep at home. You get to 16-19 now, still just 2.5 games out, so it's not like it's panic time, but Atlanta's coming into town for 3. Logan Gilbert will go against the local kid, J.R. Ritchie, pride of Bainbridge, pitching for the Braves tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, it's a beautiful weekend. It was a tremendous tribute to Randy Johnson, who did become the second Mariner to watch his number 51 be retired. He spoke from the heart. There was a lot of cool stuff, but I just kind of enjoyed the honor of Ichiro.
He would do things that have never been done in Major League history, and he would become also a Hall of Fame player as well. The Mariners honored him last year as his number was retired, number 51. I am grateful and honored that there's room for another number 51 to be retired. One number, two players representing one team. Thank you, Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, it was a very Randy-like speech. I enjoyed it, and I did, again, appreciate how he made reference to Ichiro and told the story of Ichiro writing him a letter and asking to wear the same number and how quickly he agreed. I thought that was great. So congratulations to Randy, and of course, as per tradition, he will now have a statue built in his honor. Meanwhile, injuries mounting for the M's. What's going on with Cal Raleigh? It's a strange one, man. So he's missed the last two games. Initial diagnosis was general soreness, something I've never heard in baseball. The next day, after some imaging, we learned that it went from general soreness to at least a right side issue.
Cal continuing to make strides. He's got a little soreness in the side, and we just want to make sure, on those that we're very sure where we're at. So continue to look at it day to day, and go from there, and continue to assess each time.
All right. Well, they did call up another catcher, Johnny Pareda. That's the bad news. Good news is Cal has not gone on the IL. So obviously he was unable to even come into the last couple of games, or they wouldn't have needed another catcher. I get it. You want to be a little extra careful, but I don't understand why these injuries keep going from not a big deal to slightly bigger deal. Matt Brash has been an example. His started off as a sore side. Now it's a lat issue, and he's on the IL. Brendan Donovan was supposed to be back, we heard, on this homestand. Instead, it's now maybe on the road trip.
Brendan Donovan, he will travel to Arkansas on Monday. He'll play Tuesday and Wednesday in Arkansas, and if that goes well, he'll join us in Chicago.
Okay, so hopefully you get a chance to see Brendan Donovan back. Will Wilson broke his thumb. We're not sure how or when. So, yeah, it's been a little bit odd in terms of not just the injuries, but the flow of information as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks rookies reported last week. They were all offered dogs, which was surprising. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see the video. Every Seahawks rookie draft pick was offered a dog by the social media team who said, hey, we got this for you. You can take it home. Most of them seemed like, yeah, all right, I'll take a dog. Sure.
Yeah, I really need to know how many actually took them.
I don't
Because it was kind of a social media thing. Like, here, they just handed him a dog. Like, it's for you. But then they were like, but really, if you want to keep it, it's adoptable. They were so cute.
They were really cute. There were a couple of really good-looking dogs there. Anyway, there's so much I could do here. Well, I'll tell you what. Later, I'll play you the new dynamic comedy duo of Bud Clark and Julian Neal. The two of them are hilarious. But here's Mike McDonald in general on rookie camp.
Yeah, it's this is a fun weekend because you're finally seeing it in person for a lot of the guys. I think you have to, from the success of our really last year's class, you can't be married to like what happened. It's kind of a microcosm for the whole team. You just got to go at it with a new fresh lens and an excitement about who these guys are and let them go be them. They can't be anybody else, and there's a newness and a freshness to it that really our team needs right now, which is cool. And then let's just go attack it. But I think looking at it with a fresh perspective is important at this point because they're new guys. They're a new part of the team, which will add an element of excitement to the rest of the guys.
All right, we did get some rookie numbers. Julian Neal going to wear 1, Jadarian Price number 8, Bud Clark 9, and Bo Stevens number 60. There's more, but that's what I got for you. That's everything you need to know. We'll go through those later. I know Maura doesn't care for it, so I'll wait for Brock to go through some of the numerology.
Mentioned him on Friday, but he was like, "Do you really care about this?" I was
Oh
like,
my
"No,
God,
we need Salk here."
You don't care. I care quite a bit, and we'll discuss what these look like. So far, though, pretty good. Not like I'm not crushing any of them. None of them are like disqualifying for their career. I think one probably stands out better than the others, but we'll go through those a little bit later. Don't worry more. We'll go through it a little bit later. Okay. Shannon's going to join us later. I do want to find out what the heck is going on with some of these injuries. The whole thing is very weird. Brock is in. I should probably have led with that. Brock's going to be in at 7 o'clock. Finally, back from Italy, where he has been a world traveler with his wife here over the last 10 days. So we're going to learn what it's like to be a Heward on vacation in Europe, and then also Brock's reaction to all these drafts. We haven't even heard what Brock thinks of these draft picks, other than a couple of cryptic tweets from Positano or something. So, yeah, we'll get to Brock at 7 and throughout the morning as well. Maura will help anybody out next. If you were busy this weekend, maybe you were out playing golf or on the water or hiking, whatever it was with the beautiful weather, and you missed it, Maura is going to take you through a weekend in sports next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
What does baseball and Klein Jewelers have in common? Diamonds, of course. Hi, Andy Klein here. Sure, we love baseball, but we love diamonds even more. Why? Because our diamonds sparkle and last longer than 9 innings. Every diamond is hand-selected for maximum brilliance, quality, and value. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds also has a big selection of engagement rings, wedding bands, diamond and gemstone fashion jewelry, and one-of-a-kind custom designs. Swing for the fences and shine with Klein.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
On October 3rd, Snohomish PUD is hosting the first ever Community Energy Run at the Water Operations Center in Lake Stevens, located on the scenic Centennial Trail. It's a family-friendly 5K where every step supports the Community Energy Fund, helping local families keep the lights on when times get tough. Join the Community Energy Run on October 3rd. Learn more at snowpud.com/run.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The idea of push starting a boat just doesn't seem right to us here at Pacific Power Batteries. A marine battery should just plain work every time. Let us help you with selecting the right type of marine battery. Deep cycle, starting battery, AGM, or even lithium battery. You can start with our helpful hints on our website or just stop by and talk with us. Don't worry, you don't need to be a Marine to buy a battery from us. Get it? Marine batteries? Pacific Power Batteries. Come into a business with a soul.
Compassion, communication,
results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
This baseball season, Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. John Curley here. Get the price of a new heating and AC system in just 60 seconds on your phone with no pressure, no waiting. Just a few questions and you get a winning personalized price. That's a home run. And if your system is over 12 years old, it could be costing you up to 20% more or could soon fail. Score a personalized price for a new system in 60 seconds at homecomfortalliance.com. Call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hello, my friends. It's the Graz here encouraging you to golf local. Our region is blessed with a ton of golf that isn't very expensive and can accommodate all types of skill levels. Check out the premier courses at Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Interbay, Jackson Park, Lake Patton, Legion Memorial, Linwood, or Walter Hall. You know, wherever you are in Western Washington, you're not far from a premier course. Why not book a tee time online or play Top Tracer at the range at Interbay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park? So what are you waiting for? Play the courses. Play Premier.
Brock Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It really was a good weekend, other than the Mariners not playing great baseball. Everything else was great. I mean, just perfect time to be in Seattle. Just awesome. Yeah, I know. I see the text. You can't have World Series aspirations with Leo Rivas, Connor Joe, and Mitch Garver. Yes, you can. Plenty of teams do. They're playing right now more than you want them to. But yeah, of course you can. Like, absolutely. Yes. World Series kind of teams absolutely have a Leo Rivas on them. Doesn't mean they're playing third base every day, but when Brendan Donovan's hurt, yeah, Leo Rivas is going to play. The problem is not that Leo Rivas is playing some third base or that Mitch Garver is your backup catcher. That's not the problem. That's not what's ailing the Mariners. It makes for a convenient text. It makes for a nice way to bash them. You're right. They have actual problems, though. That's not it. Like, I see real problem. I'm watching. I don't like what I'm seeing at all. Right? I didn't like the defense. I don't like some of the decision-making. Some of the at-bats in key spots. Obviously, forgetting the number of out. Like, all those things are forgetting the count. All of those things are challenging. And I think are real problems. Yes, you can absolutely have World Series aspirations with Leo Rivas on your team. Of course you can. He's a utility infielder. Like, what do you think? Every World Series team has like a 10-time All-Star as their utility infielder? They don't. They got a guy like Leo Rivas who comes in and does his job for a few days. But if you're asking Leo Rivas to start at third base for weeks at a time, he's probably going to get exposed. All right, I'm sorry. We'll change the tone here for a moment. Maura, take us through the weekend. Oh, this is going to be fun. Now we'll go through the Mariners games.
Yeah, well...
Can you start with the Seahawks and their rookie minicamp?
Sure.
Let's do that first.
I was going to say Lyle was pretty quiet in the first segment, so I would like to get his thoughts on
I don't think we do. I don't think we want that.
Okay.
Lyle can barely contain himself right now. His email last night was ferocious. You doing okay there, buddy?
Define okay.
Are you doing okay?
Sure.
What's the single biggest problem?
You want me to pick one?
Yeah. Single biggest.
That's what single means.
Single biggest.
The bullpen's an issue.
Yeah.
If you want me to pick one, you're feeling the loss of Matt Brash already.
Yeah, and not just Matt Brash, but also the challenges with, the bullpen depth at the bottom. Like, it's not just the lack of one more leverage arm, which they needed. You're right, I agree with you. But it's also like that bucket of guys, they've kind of churned through a lot of them, so that when you're going through the thing you are now, where you're calling up, what was the guy they called up for his debut this weekend?
Nick Davila.
Nick Davila, and they're claiming a guy who just got released, Suarez, and Cole Wilcox is pitching in some actual leverage spots. It's probably not the position you want to be in, and it's one that we did talk about as like an actual concern heading into the year.
And now Munoz is struggling.
Yep.
Brash is injured.
Yep.
Gabe Spire isn't striking as many batters out. And Jose Ferrer and Edward Pizarro are not leverage relievers. They're middle relievers who are good, but they're not leverage guys. Now they're pitching in leverage. And you've got Nick Davila, Cole Wilcox, Cooper Criswell, and Alex Hoppe now being thrown into real bullpen spots.
Yeah. Suboptimal.
Yeah.
Especially when you're scoring 3 runs a game.
Not great.
Yep, not ideal. All right, sorry. Maura, go ahead.
All right. So you want to start with Seahawks?
But you know what you want to do when you have those problems? Make sure you play clean ball to at least give yourself a shot. Don't compound it. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Maura.
That's fine. So I went to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center on Friday. Enjoyed some of that gorgeous weather you were talking about. Eagles soaring overhead as the Seahawks practice got underway. I just kind of tried to walk around at first and get eyes on everyone. I saw Jadarian Price first.
Mm-hmm.
I think I told Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, that he agreed that he looked pretty ripped, but I was like, I don't want to mention it to the guys because they're going to give me a hard time.
How did he compare to Ken Walker?
And then he was like, oh, those Ken Walker videos that year, I know what you're talking about. He's like, those were insane. I'm like, I know, that's what I was trying to say.
How does he compare to Ken Walker?
Probably not quite as big. They said he came in, I think he came in at 203, and Schneider said they'd like him to be closer to like 210.
Okay.
So he's not quite as big as Walker, I don't think, but definitely very in shape.
Yep.
He looks good. So I could see why they would like him to gain just a few more pounds, but he looked. The word that I said I would use for him was fluid. In the drills and in some of the scrimmages, like he just looked very smooth. Everything compared to like some of the other guys I was watching do him, everything just looked really flawless.
Does it almost look easy for him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the type of guy you mean. He's sort of more of a glider where you're like, oh my God, look how far he's gone in just a couple seconds. You compare it to like a Chris Carson, who when you watch him, you'd be like, this guy looks like every second is his intent. Like he's doing everything he can to possibly muster up all of that speed.
Yeah.
Some guys just glide through it and it's easy for them.
Well, I never saw him in any of the drills get corrected.
Mm-hmm.
This is a time period where the coaches are trying to make sure everyone's technique is on point. The guy behind him, I don't know who that was. I think when I looked at the roster sheet, I think his name was Miles Davis, which is also funny.
Be in your pants is cool.
But he
consider me Miles Davis.
I was standing there with Chris Egan, and there's a drill where they have to run over all of these partitions, and the coach is trying to kind of punch the ball out, and he actually got the ball knocked out, and the coach was, I think it was Thomas Hammock, was like, how did I do that? How did that happen?
Oh, jeez.
And I was like, oh no. And then a few minutes later, he was trying to do that they were just kind of, it was more like they wanted him to do high knees over these little partitions they had set up.
Okay.
And he was kind of doing this weird shuffle through it. And the coach was like, is that what you would do in a game? He was like, well, if it's between the tackles, I would. And I was like, is this guy really arguing with the coach?
This is all Miles Davis?
I don't want to say for sure.
There he is.
I know that's who I saw maybe giving it back to the coach. I'm not positive it's the same guy that fumbled.
Okay.
But I thought it might be.
He is cool.
I was just shocked that in a rookie minicamp, when you're obviously not the guy, Jadarian Price is the guy that's safe, that you would kind of give it back to the coaches like that. But bold move.
Yeah. Strategy, Cotton.
I didn't get great eyes on Bud Clark. I saw him during warm-ups, but they kept kind of moving the DBs to that backfield where I didn't have as good of a view.
Okay.
he, isn't a super big guy, so I think I'm more excited to just see him when the pads are on because I know that he can hit. Julian Neal, I did get to see take quite a few reps when they started scrimmaging, and he seemed really sound technique-wise. Like, he was always very stuck to his receiver. And I saw him get a high five or two from coaches afterwards, so seemed like he was doing well with following the directions. I did see him get called out for letting up a little too soon on there was a one-on-one drill they did with receivers where it's interesting. They would both start kind of kneeling down. The receiver would get up, spin in a circle away, and then run, and then the defender would get up and do the same thing and chase after them.
Huh.
And then,
But they would both start from the ground.
Kind of lower to the ground. And I think he got called out for not fully running out the rest of he thought the play was over on that one, and he got called. And so I noticed that once they were scrimmaging, he definitely takes that direction because he was chasing guys down even after the play seemed dead, trying to knock the ball out. And then Bo Stevens, the guard that they took, does not look super massive in person.
Sometimes
that's the first thing you notice about these O-linemen, like you and Abe Lucas.
Ooh, massive. And just...
But he definitely had some burst coming up out of his stance during, those drills where they have someone hold a pad and you punch into it and try to drive them. He definitely looks like he's got, some burst, some quickness coming out of his stance. And I love hearing him say that a lot of this seems really familiar to him because it's similar to what he was doing at Iowa.
I'm really thankful for Coach Lester, at Iowa. A lot of it's the same. A lot of it's similar, a lot of same words. There's definitely some differences. There's definitely more complexity. But I feel like I've gotten a great starting point, and it's very helpful, because I'm sure some of these guys that have never heard anything like how we did it at Iowa or here, coming in for that first meeting, you hearing it, they're kind of like mind blown, like how different it is. And I feel like I'm going to have a handle on it in the meantime. So.
Julian Neal said something similar because he was playing for Nick Perry, and Nick Perry was on McDonald's coaching staff his first year here, so good to know that maybe they have a little bit of a leg up.
I'm excited for the dynamic duo of Bud Clark and Julian Neal.
That's why I didn't put any of that in here because I know you're going to get to it
later.
You
know what? I'll play some now. Whatever. We'll play it now and later. This is just hilarious. These two guys are going to be best friends forever. Thank God they've met each other. Here is Bud Clark on what he thought of Julian Neal when he first met him.
Man, I was like, who is this big old corner, bro? I was trying to see because I'm a safety. He bigger than me. I was like, you show big dog. But I feel like getting to know him has been amazing. I feel like we've grown our friendship, grown our teammateship with it. So I feel like we're going to be great together.
First part is so good.
I love it.
When I first met him, I was like, what a great line.
Said, are you sure?
So, me and Bud, he,
Oh, hold on, wait. Here, I'm going to play it again.
Man, I was like, who is this big old corner, bro? I was trying to see because I'm a safety. He bigger than me. I was like,
I love him. And then
he said, are you sure? Like he was almost asking Julian Neal, are you sure you're that big?
You sure? Or are you sure you're a corner? Anyway, here's Julian Neal. They're going to be locker mates. So here's what he said about Bud Clark.
So, me and Bud, so we both trained down there in Texas, but he trained at a different spot, like 10 minutes away from mine. So I used to go down there and get some work in with DB. So I kind of already knew him. Met him at the Senior Bowl. Man, that dude, he's different, man. He's in a good way. He's just lively. He's a great teammate. I'm sitting right next to him at my locker, and he's just, he's a different type of guy. I'm excited to play with him and be able to get on the field with him this season.
It seems as if these two guys were drafted just for Hard Knocks. Put these two guys together as a dynamic duo on Hard Knocks, and only good things can happen.
Well, and I know you, you and Sherm have your issues. But Bud Clark talking about meeting Richard Sherman that day also cracked me up.
Oh, yeah, I walked up to him, but, I try not to fanboy. I shook his hand. I was like, I'm Bud Clark, and then I just kept kicking. I'm like, man. I looked up to him since I was a kid. Like, that's crazy. I was about to ask for a picture and all, but I'm like, nah, I can't do it. I'm a Seahawk now. I can't do it.
The laugh.
Lucky him. Got to meet Richard Sherman.
Oh. He was a great CB.
Lucky guy.
I understand.
I'm very, very happy for Bud. Lucky bum.
No, but the personality is off the charts. And
pretty cool.
It
All
seems
right.
like they have a good combo of confidence, but also they're both very willing to learn and take direction.
Okay.
So it's not, I don't think it veers into that arrogance if I know everything.
We'll come back to more of these at 8 more. I want to hear a few more observations from you. What else did we miss this weekend?
All right, are you ready for some Mariners?
Yeah, you got 3
You wanna
games in
talk about the
10
NBA?
minutes. No. The NBA? What?
I mean, it was kind of cool. There were some big ups. I mean, I didn't enjoy seeing the Celtics lose, but they got knocked off by the number 7 seed 76ers.
They blew a
The
3-1
6
lead.
seed Timberwolves upset the number 3 seed
Was
Denver
Andrew
Nuggets.
Toney playing for the Sixers?
No, but do you know who Tyrese Maxey is?
No.
Well, he's really, really good.
Did they give him a maxi contract?
He might be on a max contract.
Oh my gosh.
I've never heard that name before. I don't have any interest
Lefko
in
put
hearing
some
it again.
NBA and Need to Know on Friday,
Why?
and we were talking about how you don't know any of these players.
I watched a bunch of NHL. If you're interested, I can tell you all about what happened in NHL playoffs this weekend.
I think Tyrese Maxey was top 5 in the league in scoring this year.
I don't care.
I'm just saying, facts are the facts.
Somebody was top 5 in the league in scoring in MLS. It doesn't make me watch it or know who they are either.
Okay, moving on. But yes, the NHL
You
playoffs
put out an
were also
unwatchable
exciting.
product. Don't ask me to watch it.
The fact that the Avalanche blew a 3-1 lead, 3-0 lead?
3-0.
So
Then it
that's
was
wild
4-1.
comeback 5-4.
Yeah.
And then they ended up winning 9-6.
Crazy game. Yeah.
That's insane.
Just nonstop offense.
And meanwhile, the Montreal Canadiens eliminated the Lightning, and they won 2-1 with only 9 shots
the
on
most
goal.
Montreal Canadiens like win of all
I
time.
know, I hate them.
They've spent an entire franchise history watching the other team outplay them for 20 minutes, not be able to score, and then sneak in some stupid shot with. I mean, just what a despicable franchise. I hate them.
It's like a Floyd Mayweather fight.
Seen that a million times. I've seen that movie a million times.
Yeah. All right. Well,
It's like Scream 7.
we don't have that much time for the Mariners. We'll see
That's
what
too
kind of
bad.
grievances you guys can air here. Yeah, I kind of did that on purpose. But. All right. Friday, Brian Wu got off to a tough start, allowing 3 singles and a double before recording an out in the first. That gave the Royals a 4-0 lead, but Julio did cut that in half with a 2-run shot in his first at bat.
Here's the pitch on the way, swinging a drive, deep to left field, going and goodbye baseball. Way out of here to left field. Upper deck, over the Edgar's blue sign on the facing of the upper deck. Julio Rodriguez with a moonshot, 3rd home run of the year. Mariners on the board in a hurry, and it's now the Royals 4 and the Mariners 2.
Wu recovered from the first inning and went 3 up, 3 down for the next 4 innings. And Connor Joe hit a solo shot in the 5th to pull the M's within a run. But unfortunately, the Royals got 2 solo shots of their own off of Wu in the 6th. Randy Arozarena hit a solo shot in the 6th to continue the back-and-forth home run battle and make it 6-4 Royals. It appeared that the M's were going to pull off the comeback when Julio hit yet another 2-run home run in the 7th. 416 feet
He
to
destroyed
center.
that ball. Yeah.
That tied it up 7-7, but a Lane Thomas RBI single off of Ferrer in the 8th would end up being the game winner for Kansas City. On a side note, it was a really nice outing for Alex Hoppe, who struck out Garcia, Witt Jr., and Pasquantino in the 9th.
Yeah, that Friday's probably you should have won the game. Like you should have come back to win on Friday. You should have won on Saturday as well. Friday was the night where I was much more bothered by some of the decision making that went down. I don't know. We can discuss it more, but I don't understand the decision making on Friday.
Lyle.
Don't ask me. I'm with Salk.
Okay.
Fridays was really bizarre. Canzone hits for Joe with 1 on and 2 outs in the 6th in a 6-4 game. Okay. But apparently Will Wilson wasn't available, and neither was Rob Refsnyder. Otherwise, at least one of them should have pinch hit later in the game for Canzone in the 9th. But you also couldn't, in the 8th. But you couldn't pinch hit with Raley in the 9th because you used him to pinch run with 2 outs in the 8th and Canzone up. Like, the whole thing was bizarre. If you were short on the bench, why are you pinch hitting so early? And if you're not short on the bench, then why weren't those guys used in a pinch hit role later? And if that at bat in the 8th is super important, enough so to bring in Rayleigh, why don't you have a pinch hitter to take the at bat? And if it's not that important, why don't you leave Rayleigh on the bench so that he can come in later and pinch hit in the 9th? It's all bizarre. It did not make any sense to me at all. At all. And sometimes those moves work even though they don't make sense. None of them worked in that game. And unfortunately, you lose a one-run game that I thought was... You didn't give yourself the best opportunity to win it.
I think that's fair. That all makes sense.
I mean...
I was waiting to see if Lyle's like...
I mean, Ferrer also came in and faced 3 righties in that inning. Now, you can chalk that up to the bullpen being down.
Yeah.
And you don't have many leverage guys left.
I'm less willing to critique bullpen moves just because I think that there's so much we don't know. Maybe there's something I don't understand or we don't know about the offensive moves, but they continue a trend of being baffling to me.
It's fair.
All right, Saturday. What if I told you that Emerson Hancock went 6 innings, giving up
awesome.
1 run, no walks, and striking out 14?
7 innings.
Easy win, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 7.
Even better.
Sadly, that's not how this story unfolded.
No.
Naylor got the Mariners on the board with an RBI single in the 1st. Hancock gave up back-to-back doubles in the 3rd that allowed the Royals to tie it up, but that was the 1 run he allowed. The Mariners took advantage of a wild pitch by Lugo in the 3rd when Rivas was able to score from 3rd. But this is when, as you mentioned earlier, Randy Arozarena lost track of the count with Cole Young at the plate, thinking it was a 3-2 count, but it was a 2-2. He tried to advance from 1st, but since there were runners on 2nd and 3rd, he was picked off. Dan Wilson tried to argue interference, but that was unsuccessful. The Mariners still held a 2-1 lead in the 9th, but Andres Munoz allowed a leadoff single, was called for a balk, and then another RBI single with a throwing error from Julio drove in the tying run. Kansas City got a sac fly in the 10th with Cooper Criswell in, and the Mariners went 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the inning to seal the 3-2 Royals win.
Can I add one more thing into that game? Which, again, goes back to some of the mental mistakes. I'm blanking on who was on second base in the 10th, but he goes halfway down to third base.
Yeah.
Garver throws it to second, and he immediately swipes third, which sets up the sac fly, and then they score the run and win.
Was that Garcia?
Maybe it was Massey? I'll look.
I thought it was Maikel Garcia. Regardless, yeah, that was a boneheaded play. That wasn't good. Should put that one on the mental mistake list. Yeah, that's just really rough weekend.
I don't know that we really need to dig too far into yesterday's game, but it was kind of a weird one where Luis Castillo had a 4th inning struggle.
He had one bad inning. He
pitched came back in, and he was able to go 6. And just at a time where you really want him, and I mean his velocity, he hit 98.
Luis pitched well yesterday. I really thought he pitched well.
That's what I was going to ask. How did you feel overall? Because it's at a time where he really needs to prove himself.
The story of yesterday is the Mariners can't hit lefties. I mean, like that is the side story to Mariners can't hit lefties. It is a problem. It was a problem before the year began. It's still a problem now. They've got a major issue with left-handed pitching. It gets magnified without Victor Robles out there because he's supposed to be a part of this thing. But it is a clear and present issue. The Mariners have a problem with lefties. They only had 4 hits,
and their lone run came when Rivas scored on a Naylor fielder's choice ground ball.
You bring in one of these 91-mile-an-hour soft-tossing, junk-balling lefties, and they don't have a prayer. So that is problem 1. As for Luis, look, shocker. I thought Luis pitched pretty well. He had a bad inning, but I actually thought there was some stuff there to build on, and I'm hoping that starts to get him going again and end some of the conversation that I was very uncomfortable with last week.
Agree with you on that.
Good.
Is the conversation ending? I feel like the nail's in the coffin with this. Unless there's an injury, it's at the point of malpractice. If Emerson is taken out of the
I'm not saying that you can take Emerson out of the line. I'm just uncomfortable with the Luis conversation.
I think that's what I'm saying. Like, even though Luis overall was pretty good yesterday, I think he needed to pitch. Hancock's still out pitching him. So what do you do there?
It'll be a conversation. Thank you, Maura. We will get back to that one at some point, I'm sure, as well. I want to make sure we got time, though. Anybody miss Brock over the last week? I have. I had to do a lot more work. So did Maura. We did a lot more work without Brock here. So Brock is back. We're going to essentially, we're going to take working vacations for the next week. We'll be here, but Brock's going to do all the work. Does that seem fair? I don't know. He's in next. It's Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Hey there, Dawn Reiling from Olympic Hot Tub. Time to celebrate spring and warmer days ahead. Get ready by adding a hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. For nearly 50 years, Olympic has been offering products to help people live better. During our Soak, Sauna, and Swim event, find your perfect wellness solution and save thousands through May 10th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Heritage Mechanical reminds listeners suicide is one of the leading causes of death in our country, and we lose nearly 50,000 people every year. Signs include withdrawing from friends, extreme mood swings, or drug and alcohol use. If you or a loved one are feeling trapped, lonely, or hopeless, there is help available. Please call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline anytime to reach someone who cares. A heartfelt message from Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair, family owned since 1998, in loving memory of Osha Hagen.
Harry Douglas here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
This is the story of the one.
As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Brock is back.
The boys are back again.
There he
the
goes.
Boys are back
I had a feeling you might sing that today.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
I'm so good. How are you? How was Italy?
I'm good, man. It was pretty neat.
Yeah.
It was hopefully a once in a lifetime, because I think it was the most expensive thing I've ever encountered in my life.
Sure.
But that's okay. It's one of those times. It's like, sure, yeah, let's go for it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Yeah.
and time and again, but it was pretty neat, man. Pretty neat to experience just a beautiful, beautiful place.
Okay.
The history of Rome. We started in Rome. We went down to Positano, or we went to Capri, and then to Positano, and up to Ravello, and kind of saw it all. And yeah, man, it was the food is everything. I'll have a confession later in the show.
Well, I get some time like built in at 9:30.
Yeah, you do.
So
Yeah,
we got like a bunch of time built in for Brock to kind of go through everything that.
This is like, I mean,
those are all notes from Italy.
Those were the notes from Italy.
Wow.
Right there.
All right. So
I had a long plane ride home yesterday.
Italy notes.
Best
and,
thing I ate,
yeah.
what I didn't eat or enjoy, what I think of certain things, and then ultimately what I learned.
Did you or did you not do stairs at the Spanish Steps?
Did I do those stairs?
Like, did you run stairs at the Spanish Steps?
I didn't run those stairs.
We were debating whether maybe you did wall sits at the Vatican or
in the map room. There's Brock leaning against the map doing wall sits.
No, I was doing
sprinting up and down the Spanish steps and listening to the Rocky theme.
I think I would do I think I did a burpee on each step, and then I did jumping jacks. And I was like, look at me, look at me, look
Jump
at me.
into the Trevi Fountain at the end of it all. All right, Brock is back, so we will get into the Italy stuff a little bit later, and also hear some of his draft reaction, which we haven't really gotten into yet as well.
So that too.
Brock, this Mariner team has just been so all over the place. It really has been. I mentioned the map room. They're all over the map. I mean, like, it is very hard to predict what they are going to do game to game, week to week. It looked while you were gone like they kind of righted the ship, the great road trip, 5-1, sweep in St. Louis, and then they come home with those good vibes and a beautiful warm weather weekend and just absolutely lay an egg. And it was not what we've been used to seeing in some ways. The biggest challenge this weekend is it wasn't clean.
Yes.
Sometimes you lose. Sometimes the game doesn't break your way. Sometimes the other pitcher just has a good night, or, you give up too many hits, or, you get runners on base, but you just can't come up with a timely hit. Or those things happen over the course of a baseball season. That's not what we saw this weekend. I did not care for the way the games went this weekend at all.
It felt like a breakdown of fundamentals. In many ways, these teams that we talk about, and all the sports and all the games and all the moments and all the things, and obviously we have a championship football team in town. They've they won the Super Bowl and did so in year 2 of Mike Macdonald. And while the genius of Mike Macdonald and the speed and the length and all these playmaking of JSN and all the things we get enamored with, you know what they do unbelievably well, and Mike Macdonald does unbelievably well? The game never speeds up on them. And you never feel like, oh, that's just so fundamentally unsound. Oh, the defense is just, they don't communicate. Remember all those years? And even the great Maura Dooley would say and play a sound like, oh, these players are talking about, they don't really know what they're doing, right? They're just not on the same page. And yeah, it felt like from afar, just
Yeah.
in watching some of the clips and listening to a lot of it and catching up yesterday on the plane, like just the basic fundamentals of, I don't know, base running and knowing how many outs there are.
Yeah.
That
See,
that
you use the
be a
word
good start.
fundamentals. I don't disagree with it. I would use the word controllables. Maybe we're splitting hairs and it's just a language thing. I mean, you've been in Italy. So
Grazie,
right, maybe you'd feel better if we were
Sure,
debating the
sure.
Italian
Ciao.
of it all.
Ciao.
But I would call them controllables. You got to control what you can
Prego,
control. So much. You must have just been a beauty walking around Italy.
Oh, grazie. Grazie.
Oh my God.
Limoncello. Oh, grazie.
Oh my God. I would have paid money to have watched just a video of Brock walking around Italy, screaming things in bad Italian at people.
Prego.
Oh boy.
Like the sauce. You know,
Yes.
in America, we call it the sauce.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
No,
it's the
controllables. I think
so
that's
much of
fair.
this game is out of your control. You have to worry about the process, right? That's why we talk so much about process over results. But you got to control the controllables. And that's what I felt they didn't do this weekend. Friday's decision-making drove me nuts. We kind of went through this a few minutes ago, and it does get complicated. And there's questions about the availability of Ref Snyder, who hadn't played in a couple days and maybe was dealing with something, but then was available the next night. Will Wilson maybe wasn't available because he broke his thumb. But regardless of how you got there, it ends with Canzone striking out against a lefty in the 8th and then not having Rayleigh to pinch hit in the 9th because he pinch ran at the same time Canzone was hitting in the 8th. So either that spot in the 8th is a leverage situation or it isn't. Either either you pinch hit for him there with a righty or you don't pinch run Rayleigh at the same time. Right? Make up your mind. Is it a leverage situation or is it not? And if the answer back is, well, actually, we didn't have the two righties available because Ref Snyder and Wilson weren't available, fine. Then maybe you can't pinch hit Canzone in the 6th.
Yeah.
Like, if you know that those guys... Now, unless something happened between the 6th and the 8th to Will Wilson and Rob Ref Snyder, who weren't playing in the game... to me, that's a breakdown of the controllable. Saturday... Base running error by Randy, throwing error in terms of going to the wrong base by Mitch Garver. Those are controllable. You got to keep that guy off third base, Mitch. That ball's got to go to third. You got to make sure, yes, you want to get the out, but you got to make sure that guy's not on third base. And instead, you don't control the controllable. Randy forgets the count. It happens. Dan talked about it afterwards. Yes, it happens. But it can't happen there, not in that spot, not with the bases loaded.
3 games into a season it happens? It's one thing in the dog days of August or September. It's one thing maybe in a stadium with 8,000 people. It's one thing maybe, when it's just you're the only guy on base. Like bases loaded, 7th inning, 45,000 people there. Randy Johnson retirement night.
Yeah.
It happens then in the 34th game.
Yeah, and then kind of a sloppy error as well.
Swung on line drive in a left center field for a base hit. Thomas rounding third, being waved into the ball, gets on by Julio Rodriguez all the way to the warning track to the wall.
Yeah, it turned out not to matter when it was all said and done, but it just added to the problems with the controllable. Julio, get your glove down, right? Yeah. Randy, know the count. Garver, throw to third base, know the situation.
Right.
Dan, understand whether or not those guys are available to pinch hit and recognize what the leverage situations are and where they're not.
Question for you quickly here.
Those are controllable.
Is defense controllable?
To a degree.
When you're dead last in the league in defense on outs above average?
I think it depends, right? Like if it's range, no.
Right.
If it's
JP.
If it's fundamentals, now you're going to get back to your fundamental word.
Right.
Maybe. I mean, JP's defense has been slipping for years now. Is that a controllable thing, or is it just age at the shortstop position? I don't know the answer to that.
Probably a little bit of both.
The Julio one is the one that makes the least amount of sense because there's no reason for Julio not to be a plus defender, and right now he's not been this year. Now that could get, a couple of errors can absolutely affect that early in the season, and we'll see where it's at when it's all said and done.
Yeah,
but some of those feel controllable, some of them do not.
Well, I know this. I know what's not debatable is the data, and that's the third time you've been swept in 36 games. You were swept 8 times in 162, and one of those included a Dodgers series at the end where everything was wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
So you were really swept 7 times, about once a month in a 162-game season last year. That's baseball. That happens to every team, and I'm sure every World Series champ. But to be swept 3 times in the first 36 games, a couple of them at home, that's or this one in particular at home against a team that was scuffling tremendously, that doesn't hit the ball particularly well, and you strike out 14 guys Saturday night without a walk or a home run given up.
I know.
Yeah,
it's like they thought it was Felix Hernandez retirement night.
It was like me on the Spanish Steps. Prego, gracia.
Oh God! Please just keep yelling "Grazia" the rest of the night. But
you
say
were
it
just
in the
yelling
most.
"Please" and "Thank you."
No, Maura, I wasn't doing any of that.
Grazia.
You think Molly would allow me to do that, Maura? On a romantic celebration?
I mean, that's.
Do I think Molly is able to control you? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, of course she is.
Well, how embarrassed was Molly by you?
You know what? I'll go ask her. I don't think she was.
I bet she was at least a little bit.
I will legitimately go ask her.
Tsunami. That's Brock walking around Italy. Prego. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. We'll talk some more about what's going on with these M's, and then also Brock's reaction to some of the draft. I can't believe we haven't even heard anything yet. So stick around. We got a lot going on. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. I don't know if you've been thinking about these GLP-1 injections for weight loss. If you have been, I think you got to ask some questions first. Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a year and stay on that medication long-term just to maintain? Yeah, a lot of prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and then when you stop taking the medication, you tend to regain the weight. People don't realize, too, that the research shows a significant portion of that weight loss, it came from muscle to begin with. So now you're slowing your metabolism, you're losing muscle. You don't want any part of that. Go to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They take a very different approach, doctor-developed, helping people lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days without injections, without synthetic hormones, and with no long-term dependence. You can come into the clinic in Kirkland, or you can do the program from anywhere with great remote options. That's how I did it. Schedule your free phone consult right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com and keep that weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Cook in D.C. Results may vary.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up and test your luck for a chance to win up to $10,000 in cash. That's right, folks. Every Saturday in May from 7 p.m. till midnight, there'll be two winners every hour. Pick the lucky rubber ducky and walk away with 10 grand. It's Duck Duck Win. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like, pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood, in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, Mariners came back from the road and did not play well. It's too bad. They had played some really good ball on the road, won 5 out of 6, came back, and just unfortunately it all fell apart over the weekend as they get swept by the Royals, just finding different ways to lose. We talked about Friday, kind of a rough outing from Brian Wu, some head scratchers late in the game in terms of the decision-making. Saturday, a wasted gem from Emerson Hancock. He strikes out 14 in 7 innings, but unfortunately Munoz blows the save, and then they lose in the 10th. Yesterday, just another left-handed starter who just dominated this lineup. So you put in a couple of boneheaded plays, a balk, an issue on the bases, an error or two, and the next thing you know, that's a recipe for getting swept at home by a pretty bad Royals team. The little things, very important.
You know, I think any time in a close ball game like it was tonight, you know, it can be a little thing that can go one way or the other and send the game in a different direction. And it happened to us tonight. And again, like I said, the trick is that we got to come back tomorrow and you know, make things right.
Now, a Saturday, unfortunately, they didn't do that the next day, and so the Mariners, Brock, 16-19, but still just 2.5 games out. So it's not like, you know, panic time, but you got to play better ball.
Yeah, and to do so on a weekend, as you said. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a 48-degree marine layer.
No,
just low energy in the park. Everybody's bundled up. No, it was like sellouts. It was like 80 degrees. Mm-hmm. It was celebration. It was all the past. It was Randy, and I know you'll get to that here in a second. It was all of it. And it just play at times just head scratching. Just that you can't do that. That's how you go about losing games, right? We watch other teams do that and watch other teams fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
And don't do that. Don't do that at home either. And I'm sure if I was on the show last week when they came home from that road trip on Thursday, like, okay, here we go, 16-16, cleaned up the road. Let's win at home. Let's not go under 500.
That's kind of how it felt.
Or touch 500 again and
get swept.
Well, you get swept now.
Well,
you
and then you add to that, Brock. Add to that these injuries that are certainly mounting and are a little confusing. So the Cal Raleigh one, he missed the last 2 games. It was originally described as general soreness, which is not a term that I'm used to hearing in Major League Baseball. The next day, there was some clarification after some imaging that it was soreness in his side.
Cal continuing to make strides. He's got a little soreness in the side, and we just want to make sure, on those that we're very sure where we're at. So continue to look at it day to day, and go from there, and continue to assess each time.
I mean, the thing about Cal is he has an incredibly high tolerance for pain. We learned that in the playoffs a few years ago. General soreness?
Right.
Okay, well, then it turns into a side, and normally it'd be like, okay, except Matt Brash had a side issue that wasn't going to be a big deal and turned into a lat, and now he's on the IL, and I don't know. Brendan Donovan was supposed to be back this road to this homestand. Instead, now he's going out in a rehab assignment. It won't be until they head out on the road, so they're just adding up a little bit.
Yeah, this is one that right, wrong, and different. This is just the way it goes. And I know strength and conditioning coaches, and I love all of that. This is one where you kind of start to look down the line at them and like, why are we having these obliques and these lats and obviously each of them is their own story, and you never want to lump all of those in and point any fingers. I mean, it's just, hey, that's the way it goes, man. Yeah. Baseball's hard, but again, to be 30-some games in, we're not 100 games in. Right, we're not 130 games in. We're just 35 games into the season, and it feels like this injury bug is biting them and biting that bench in significant ways. The way this thing was built and equipped to play, right? When we left spring training and everybody left, and we had all sorts of sound from national and local and everything. Adam Jude, like, hey man, the 26-man roster, right? When healthy with Robles and Donovan, all these pieces and interchangeable parts, a lot of that has come to a stop and a screeching stop in many, many ways because of the injuries.
All right, Braves come into town for 3 starting tonight. Logan Gilbert against the local kid, J.R. Ritchie.
10, by the way.
Yeah, they've been really, really good. But
great ball.
They're not going to have Acuna, so we'll see what happens.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You mentioned the beautiful weekend, Brock. It also featured an incredible tribute to Randy Johnson, the second Mariner to have number 51 retired. I did really appreciate the way he spoke about Ichiro and honored Ichiro for, emailing or sending him a letter, I guess, at the time, and asking him to wear the number, and how I really thought that was very sweet, very well done. Respect. Tremendous amount of respect. He also offered his love for the city.
Seattle has always been a big part of my family and my career, and it always will be. So hear it firsthand from me. Who can forget about the Supersonics? Mount Rainier beer, and the music scene. I learned a lot here, on and off the field, and I will always be thankful for my time playing here with the Mariners and for the fans who supported us. Thank you.
Kind of fascinating that 2 of the biggest stars in Mariners history, too, he and Griffey, they've both kind of turned into second careers of photographers.
It is interesting.
It is kind of intriguing.
It's very bizarre.
Yes.
And of course, Brock, as per tradition, there will now be a Randy statue built as well.
Oh, statues. Want to know about statues? Saw a lot of statues.
Did you see any statues in Italy?
Yeah, they love the genitalia, too. They don't mind it at all.
Excuse me?
The
genitalia?
Sure.
Okay.
What did I say? Genitalia?
Yeah.
Like Italia. Genitalia. Prego.
Italian genitalia?
Prego.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You're a force of nature, my friend. An absolute force of nature.
I told you before the show, this is going to be one of those.
You're a force of nature. Seahawks rookies reported this weekend, Brock. They were all offered dogs. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see that. Were they offered them, actually?
Here, take this dog. We got it for you. It's pretty funny. And then they practiced.
Just 2 days.
Just 2 days, yes. Friday and Saturday practices. I've been really excited about Bud Clark and Julian Neal. I'll play you some of the sound later. Here's Mike McDonald on the Earl Thomas-like Bud Clark.
Yeah. I think John said he's the opposite of an energy vampire. Like, he just broke down the last huddle, and, the team went nuts, and you could just tell he's got a contagious spirit about him, which we obviously love that.
It's interesting, Salky. I went back and looked at my initial board, right? My first little look of all of these different Seahawks on my little manila folder. And it's funny, Bud Clark was on my safety list. And then I tried to pair, this was my 12 draft profiles. I tried to pair from 60 that were on this initial list down to 12.
Okay.
And I took them off just because of some of the injury and being a little bit older. Right, that he's a 6-year player, and we talked about the age and all of those things, and he missed. It's not like he had debilitating injuries, but just kind of missed a bunch of different time. He was actually named the DJ. Talked to me off the air a little bit when I said, "Hey, give me just kind of speed, length, ball playmaking." And he was on that initial list. And to take him at 64, by the way, great value.
I wish you had told me more because I didn't know anything about him. And I was kind of excited.
Well, you didn't have to profile him. You had to profile the 6-rounders, right?
I did quite a job with that. I'll have you know. Just one of them.
You know what? I got to find that. Let me watch it.
Oh, it's good. I screwed up the guy's name. That is everything you need to know. Let me just add quickly, because I've given some great shout-outs for winning youth hockey teams in the past, Brock.
Oh, yes.
We had a championship volleyball squad this weekend in beautiful Centralia. Avery's Cascade team winning a chip. They got, much like at the Olympics, remember they gave them medals and then they gave them that little stuffed animal at the Olympics, and then all the players who came in second were like,
looking at that.
What in the world? Why are you handing me a stuffed animal moments after an overtime loss? Well, they got a stuffed orca for the big volleyball championship. So
we know you don't love memorabilia, but are we putting up a chip wall in the Salk house?
Yeah, there's a hockey puck and a medal and an orca. Yeah. Yes.
Kind of like the 2 Lombardis.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting the orca like a tracking device so that we get like the pods that flow through Puget Sound. We can track the orca.
How'd you screw up Emmanuel Henderson Jr.'s name?
I fumbled it. I didn't screw it up. I just kind of fumbled it. Anyway, congrats to Avery's team. Specifically to Kira and Audrey, 2 just tremendous players. But it's a fun squad. They're a good group of girls, and their coaches are awesome too, Renita and her dad. So that's pretty cool. So congratulations, they won a chip. Brock, I had more Mariner stuff here. Let's not do that. Let's come back to that later. I can't. We'll have to come back to it later. I want to ask you about the draft. Let's talk draft. I want to hear what you think of these guys, what you think of the draft class. We've waited a week.
The second and third was on the flight, so I got to catch a lot of it until we got north of Manitoba, and then my internet
just
didn't
lose
really work.
Yeah. Once you get up into
once you get near Greenland and that lake up there, what's that? What's a big lake up there, but north of Manitoba?
Lake Union, I think
there
it is. Yes. All right, we'll be right back. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
They needed a cornerback. We talked about that going into the draft. They drafted 3 of them. Bud Clark, he told us, hey, I can play nickel, I can play corner, I can play safety. The same thing with Julian Neal, too. I mean, he's 6'2", 200. As far as giving out a grade, I don't know. What would you say, B+?
If you're going on addressing needs, I'd give him an A.
Yeah.
Now, are these guys all going to pan out? No. I hope those top 3 picks are going to be impact guys.
Only on Seattle Sports.
The full box score does. I'm Brock Ewart, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
people can see through if it's not genuine. And it's genuine here. The Johnsons always talk about in orientation meeting, their dad and grandpa, they always maintain that it's a people business. We're not here to sell cars and work on cars. That's what we do, but it's really about just helping people. Every month we have a new employee orientation meeting, and the Johnsons present. They can't get out to all the stores every day and meet everyone, but at least they get to shake hands with new employees every month in the orientation meeting. And they tell everyone there's not one car deal or one repair order that is worth tarnishing our reputation and ruining an experience for a customer. That just is really what is instilled.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, it's good to have Brock back from a week in Italy, and we are excited. I'm especially excited to hear what you think about some of these draft picks. Obviously, we got an opportunity to talk about Jadarian Price and what they did in the first round. But after that, we were like, okay, kind of hoping maybe there'd be an edge defender in there. We talked about a lot of possibilities for that number 64 pick. Bud Clark's name didn't come up. And yet, kind of talking to DJ last week, he felt like the Seahawks got great value with both their second and third and maybe even fifth round picks. He felt great about those.
He did. I think you asked him specifically. I saw the clip of that, and he went back to, well, this is where he was on my board. This is where he was picked. And every one of those guys was picked after where he had them, those three in particular. I knew as we got closer, and I think I kind of hinted at it on Twitter and everything, I knew that Neal would be a guy that if it just didn't match up in the, Chris Johnson didn't match up, obviously he goes. It didn't match up with some of the edge guys, that he would be a guy in that third round that they kind of looked kind of late third round value with just a body type. I mean, he's just different. Right, Reek was really long. This kid they're going to convert, I'll get to him, Blue 88 to corner is really long. But you're talking about in Julian Neal, he just looks like he's a Bay Area dude, and he just looks like an old school Pac-10 basketball guard, like sturdy, like 6'2", 200 pounds, long arms, just, like the guy you saw on the playground playing hoops that's just strong. And they don't really, in that corner room, Nehemiah Pritchett's littler, Josh Job's littler, Spoon obviously pound for pound's a freak show, but he's littler. Like kind of nice to get a big body and somebody that I know all the way along that they were pretty excited about and probably pretty stoked that he was on the board there in the third round.
Yeah. The best part of it is the Bud Clark, Julian Neal show. These two guys are hilarious. There is an element. First of all, they're going to be great on Hard Knocks. As you predicted. Yes, I think that may be why they were drafted. I don't know. Who knows?
Thank you.
There is an element of Earl Thomas and Richard Sherman. Young Earl, young Richard to each of them, and put Bud in the Earl Thomas role. He was asked about what he thought of Julian Neal when they first met.
Man, I was like, who is this big old corner, bro? I was trying to see because I'm a safety. He bigger than me. I was like, you show big dog. But I feel like getting to know him has been amazing. I feel like we've grown our friendship, grown our teammateship with it. So I feel like we're going to be great together.
You know what's funny?
There's a little Earl there.
There is a little Earl. He's TCU guy.
There's a little bit of Earl. And then let me play you the Julian Neal to go with it, Brock. So this was the other side of it. Julian Neal, who's got a little sherm to him. I'll get to that in a sec. Talking about being locker mates with Bud Clark.
So, me and Bud, so we both trained down there in Texas, but he trained at a different spot, like 10 minutes away from mine. So I used to go down there and get some work in with DB. So I kind of already knew him. Met him at the Senior Bowl. Man, that dude, he's different, man. He's in a good way. He's just lively. He's a great teammate. I'm sitting right next to him at my locker, and he's just, he's a different type of guy. I'm excited to play with him and be able to get on the field with him this season.
Let me give you
he's
one
different
more.
Kind of guy.
Hold on, let me give you one more. They also asked Julian Neal, because he was great right after the draft, right? He said he was the most physical corner in the draft, and they asked him if that's sort of like the norm for who he is.
That's real Julian Neal. That's I told you, that's a pure reaction. You could just imagine how I am on the field. It's just, like I said, watch the film, turn on the tape. But that's old news. I'm ready to get a fan something new to look forward to. I really want to bring it for the fans and just for this organization and bring another Super Bowl.
Third person.
Not really. That doesn't count.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. He was asked, is that you? And he's saying, yeah, that's the real Julian Neal. I don't know. I'm not going to quite call that third person.
Yeah.
But it's third person adjacent.
Well, they're big personality and they're lively. So there's a few things that collectively, and then we can get into if you want to get into any individual. But I think collectively it was remarkable to me as I was going through this yesterday on the plane, just kind of in totality, a few things. Number one, a lot of juice. I mean, just a lot of energy, right? Just a lot
Tons.
of in their own different ways. Those two, the headliners with it, but got kind of their own. Bo Stevens got a hell of a story. Jadarian's got a heck of a story, right? His upbringing as we talk to him and all of that. Those two live wires, right? There's just kind of a lot of juice. Secondarily, there's a lot of speed. I mean, every one of these guys, it'd be funny if they had a foot race. And at the combine, they do that deal at the end of it where they'll mirror guys or they'll put that little collage of guys running the 40. How about Jadarian Price, 4.49, Bud Clark, 4.41, Julian Neal, 4.49, Henderson, 4.44, Fuller, 4.44. All of those guys are right there. They're all in that same group. And then just a couple big old dudes, right? Devin Eastern, kind of a project. We'll see. Practice squatty. I think those 7th-round picks, frankly, were all, and this came out afterwards. Brady did a nice job in his observations. They were all guys that they targeted because they probably weren't going to get them as undrafted free agents with the depth in that room and the quality of the room. So it was a way to get those guys into that kind of tier and grouping. But, yeah, just collectively, a lot of juice and then a bunch of speed. And John's right. John's right. That piece of that Brady wrote, he's right. Like, they learned something the first time around. When you have continuity, we can go back and see this worked, this didn't work. You know what? This was good. Let's sharpen this edge here. And think about those 4 third-round picks that year they took. Nice guys. Amara Darboh, a bunch of our old running back was out of Notre Dame was in that group. And, I mean, a nice group of guys, but didn't have this kind of, like, juice. Remember how to practice? We'd watch them, and a number of times, like, oh, they're not really dancing. There's not really much.
No, they were
coming off.
They were intimidated. I mean,
yes.
they were around these guys that had won a Super Bowl and had big personalities. John talked about it, and we played some of the sound last week of him saying, "Yeah, we absolutely looked for guys that weren't going to be intimidated coming in here, and you can see it, you can feel it." You can see it with Jadarian Price and hear it in all his comments. I mean, we talked to him obviously 2 weeks ago now when you were here. He was as mature as any kid that age I've ever talked to on the radio. It, like, blew me away. Can't stop talking about it. And then hearing, just as you just said, the juice and the confidence that comes from these two guys.
Mm-hmm. Now, that's a little different. Some of this will be a little tempered in a week or two.
Of course. But you got to start with some of this.
I remember coming out of rookie minicamp going, whew, I got this thing licked. This isn't that big a deal. And then the first minicamp practice game with the veterans, I was like, oh yeah. When Julian Neal lines up against JSN, how am I going to guard that?
But all right, don't you have to have the confidence going in to even be able to hold your own when you get there? Don't you have to have that Bud Clark energy? Yes. Don't you have to have some of that stuff, or else you're toast?
And Bud Clark's an intriguing one because I did see him a bunch, right, at TCU. I did a bunch of Gary Patterson games through the years.
So tell me about this guy.
Yeah, so he was like a high school, one of these just kind of athletes, right? Just baseball and some QB and just kind of like the best athlete. So you're just going to go play ball. He's probably like a shortstop center fielder. He was the quarterback in high school. And Gary Patterson targeted a lot of these guys. So that was kind of his MO at TCU is I'm not Oklahoma, I'm not Texas, so let me just find these really good Texas and in that area just athletes. They were always kind of the best athletes, maybe a little undersized, right? I mean, he's 6 foot, 188. He's got a little bit of a spoon kind of twitch and body to him. He's lean. I mean, he's not, but he's just a ball player, just a ball hawk. And 15 picks kind of point to that scheme at TCU that they put those safeties at. They gave him a lot of freedom. Hey, man, this is, you're going to do a lot of read, a lot of react. We're going to do a lot of kind of, what Mike likes to do of taking away routes and you're going to have half the field to do that. So he brings a bunch of that. And then, as you mentioned, and it's easy to hear, quite a bit of confidence. Do
you have any concern? And, I hate to ask the question because it makes it sound like I'm concerned, but do you have any concern that their top 2 picks were for arguably the 2 least valuable positions in the NFL, at least according to the way they're paid? They went running back, safety.
I have a little less concern because the number 5 pick and the number 20 pick 3 years ago in the draft, we had these same conversations, right? Like,
but this is
concern that corner, nickel, and wide receiver.
But these are
pick.
Those. I think people would generally rank corner and receiver ahead of safety and running back. Like, these are the 2 positions that get paid the least.
Yeah, I would say for Bud Clark, he'll be a little bit of that kind of Kobe Bryant, a little bit of, he's not as gifted as Spoon is, but a little bit of that. Hey man, you need to play some nickel, you need to play some safety. He's not a corner, but you need to play some of those spots.
I think you can
versatility.
also just argue, look, those are 2 positions they didn't want to pay in free agency. You still have to have them. They may not be valued in the market the way some other positions are, but if you're not going to pay Kobe Bryant and you're not going to pay Ken Walker, which by the way I agree with, then you still need to find good players at those positions. And personally, I think especially the safety position is undervalued in the NFL.
Well,
so
I think
I like the moves.
McDonald said they're not only going to play him at safety, so you're getting that hybrid ability.
Yep, a little bit of versatility. So what was Kobe? 4 years and $50 million or close to it. This is going to be 4 years and $8 million.
Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's what. Yeah, now it does come at the expense of maybe having drafted something else. The kid from. The edge player from Michigan was there. One of the two, not Derek
Barham,
the other
not
one.
the first one. So that's the other thing. Let me just say this. Looking at my 12 players I profiled, so they were all gone.
They were all gone.
Other than Barham, who ended up going about 6 picks ahead of him. And that might have been a possibility in the third round. And maybe they would have come up in the fourth and maybe traded for Neal into the fourth, like they did for Stevens into the fifth. Maybe I don't know that for sure, but I do know that Barham was on their board, and I do know that I was a little bummed sitting on the airplane when he went, I think like 92-ish to the Cowboys, and just a couple picks before him. Like, could that have been a possibility? Yeah, and he's a project. He's not going to come in and help this year, right? I mean, he's 1 year of playing the edge at Michigan. That was going to be. A little bit
but
of,
you can also
some
just
development.
look at this and say, all right, well, Dante Fowler is available and they seem to like him, and he had a pretty good year last year. Cam Jordan's available. Kyle Van Noy is available. Jadeveon Clowney's available. Von Miller's available. I mean, like, there's just so many short-term options that you can sort of afford to kick that can down the road a little bit.
A little bit.
Not forever. I mean, next year I think it probably becomes a priority, and we'll see what happens with all the guys they've got now. But if this wasn't the right draft for it didn't fall your way, then I like what they did, and super excited about this group of dudes. All right, from the draft to Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can. Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, man, I did a great Blue 88 while you were gone.
Did you?
Yeah, not going to lie.
How'd you do on your draft profile of the Kansas special teamer?
That's what I said.
He was a Kansas special teamer.
Yeah.
He was 3 years at Bama, never got much run as a receiver, and had to kind of find a home, and did a good job.
He's a little Derek Young. Kind of replaces Derek Young.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, I nailed it.
Did you do that from the volleyball tournament gym, or where did you do that from?
I did it from my porch, the Love Deck.
Oh, you were back in Chehalis at that time? I mean, back from Chehalis? Is that
Well,
where
this
the
was
volleyball
last weekend. The draft was last weekend.
Oh, was it?
Do you want to? We had a here's the thing that
There's a whole
reviewed-
week that's gone by without you here.
If we have time at the end of this, Brock, we had a here's
Yeah.
the thing that reviewed Salk's video.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Also,
Okay, here we go.
Also, for Blue 88, you got to talk about Russ and Gino potentially playing for the Jets. How hard could it be?
It was not hard. I didn't say it was
Dude.
hard. It was easy.
Did you break down the Russ Savannah Bananas baseball?
It's a nice swing.
Oh, he's always had
Russ still has a really nice swing.
Yes, he does.
Uniform. Look great.
Looked like he was wearing a diaper. Anywho,
Right after that news came out about him backing up Geno Smith, the next thing that came out was Russ is in talks to join CBS.
Right. Yeah.
All right, question number
Leverage, so it's all
one,
about
Brock.
leverage. Gotta have
After
leverage.
watching some clips of Jadarian Price,
give
me the comps. What do you
Yeah,
find?
and reach out to a few people on this too, just to make sure I wasn't over my skis. The popular name has been Nick Chubb. Right, that was Scott McLuhan, John Schneider's old buddy. So Jadarian, remember, 5'10" and 5'8", 203 pounds, jacked. I mean, upper body is just jacked. 35-inch vert, over 20 reps, 225. Nick Chubb, similarly, 5'10" and 7'8", 29 reps, jumped about the same, ran Chubb 4.52. So kind of right in that. So I get that. But as I was watching, and I think it's just because of the upper body mass, the dude's arms, and like, he is jacked. He may not be the total Ken Walker. We'll let Maura get to that at 8 o'clock with her observations. He's not the total, muscle ball that Ken is, upper body, lower body, but upper body is. And I felt some, and just watching him move, kind of felt some Tiki Barber. A little, long arms, And Tiki had some fumbling issues, and this kid's had some fumbling issues. And I was watching, and they were already working, man. That ball is high and tight, right? And remember, Tiki almost over-exaggerated it.
Yeah.
It was almost locked in across his body.
He had to, yeah.
You had to, because he had turnover issue. But I kind of, the feet, the movement, the power, I mean, all three of those guys, unbelievable power sources, right? You see where that drive and the breaking tackles and the short area movement and quickness, they're all similar in that way. And Jarian, somewhat of a mix of Tiki and Nick Chubb, I think you would take that with the 32nd pick in the draft.
All right, question number 2. All right, 23 running backs have been drafted in the first or second round since 2020.
Yep.
Okay? Yep. How many quarterbacks have been drafted in the first or second round in that same time?
Tip of the cap to my buddy Grant Cohn. I don't know if you played any of his sounds.
Dude.
That dude is just...
Dude.
He's a beauty. So he tweeted this, the 23 running backs. So got my mind kind of working like that seems like quite a bit, right? Quite a few. Quite a bit of value in the first and second round. Not just Seattle taking running backs. A lot of folks are. So since 2020, Salk, 26 QBs have been taken in the first or second. So as you mentioned, since 2020, 23 running backs in the first or second. So pretty close. The big difference when you study them and you look at them, not many busts at running back. I mean, honestly, as I'm going through it, Jonathan Brooks was probably the one, and he's torn his ACL twice. Did it at Texas at the end of the year, did it again at Carolina. Outside of that, almost all of these guys have had production. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he's, so I ranked them 1 through 5. 5 being an absolute bona fide home run. Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, right? There have been a few of those. And then a 4, a 3. K9 to me is kind of a 3-4. Charbonnet's kind of a 3. Other than, honestly, Brooks, he's the only true, I would say, bust, and injury's been a big part of that. You look at quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's a different story.
Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Kenny Pickett, Lyles boy, Anthony Richardson, J.J. McCarthy at this stage, Will Levis, Kyle Trask. There have been a lot of busts at quarterbacks. Typically, these running backs that have been taken have all found a fair amount of production.
Good to know. Question number 3. Most intriguing personnel news over the weekend, Brock, was?
Yeah, give me this. I'll be very curious to watch. This was a receiver that was on the practice squad last year, super athletic, ran 4.38 at 6'5". Here was Mike McDonald with what I'm going to call
6'5".
Yes, he says he's 6'7". He's not 6'7".
Well, he was listed as 6'7" in college. I don't know. I don't know if you noticed him, Salk, last year in training camp. He's massive. He stands.
He's 6'5.5",
and he's going to play
above the rest of the receivers.
Corner.
Well, he was someone that did a great job at the beginning of throughout the process last year. Unfortunately, got hurt. We love his movement ability, and he's got ball skills, and he competes, and he's got a great attitude, and we felt like it could translate to being a heck of a DB one day. So he's dealing with some health things right now in terms of his timeline on when he can get back on the field. So right now we're not exactly sure when that's going to happen, but he's in the meetings and he's got a great spirit about him, and so we're excited about it. But it's going to take some time, but he's a great guy for the job.
And that's Tyrone Broden, by the way. So to Morris' point, he was on the practice squad last year. He was just always one of those receivers that he looks like a lot of the guys, frankly, that I see in the UFL, in the spring league. And if he would have stayed on that track, he'd probably be in the spring league the next 4 or 5, 6 years, right? As long as the league still is up and running, because he just never really got it. Toledo for 3 years, Arkansas for a couple years. It made some plays, but very little production. And you were always enamored with, oh my gosh, he's 6'5.5" and 190 pounds, and he's lean, and he ran 4.38 with a 1.5 something at the combine. That's ridiculous. But it's never really translated at receiver. So this is kudos to him of being I'm not going to make it as a receiver, right? That's kind of at least been told to me through college and my first year in the league. As long, if I can hit, and by the way, Reek Woolen, he carved out kind of a nice little career and got a $20 million bag from Philly. And hey man, if I can hit, if I can work on my short area, change direction, it will be a project. But it is a curiosity, and good on the kid to say and realize, probably not a path.
Taller than Reek.
Probably not a path for me at receiver, And maybe this can be a
pterodactyl
corner.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Good to have you back
Pterodactyl and then some.
for Blue 88, Brock. What did you want to play, Maura? I left us a moment.
Oh, I was going to play, Brock. We had a Here's the Thing message that was a review of your 6th-round draft pick video.
Let's hear that.
Love to hear that.
From Adam.
Here's the thing. I loved all the draft coverage this weekend, but the magnum opus had to be Mike's reaction video.
For sure.
Lyle, that's a Latin phrase for great work. Mike, your video is knowledgeable and insightful.
Yep.
You even almost got his name right the first time. But don't get bogged down in the details. The optics are what matter. The background scenery is beautiful and must have been filmed from your love deck. Now, would I have shaved first? Sure. But I can't criticize an artist. Would I tell Picasso what brushstrokes to use? No. Lyle, Pablo Picasso was a Spanish painter. Mike, you're essential in my book.
Didn't feel so essential as I was making my 6th-round video on, what's the guy's name again? Morton Henderson or something? I don't even remember.
Emmanuel Henderson.
Whatever it is. It's not Brady. I know that. It's not Brady Henderson. That much we know. You can leave us messages for Here's the Thing. We'll do that again, of course, on Thursday. You've got to go to download the Seattle Sports app, and you can leave us messages that way. They've been pretty good. They were funny last week while you were gone. All right. We'll get back to some baseball, Brock, with Shannon at 8:30. There's also a great story that we heard over the weekend.
The Kentucky Derby.
Well, that was good. Wow. But did you hear
the UW men's rowing team beating the Great Britain team that won the gold at the Olympics? Yes.
Is that true? Shout out to Mike Callahan, the coach there. Nice. That way.
Yep.
No. Did you hear Dan Valley's story about
Dan Valley?
Dave Valley's story, about Randy Johnson? Did you hear his story?
No.
Dude, I've never heard anything like this story. It was, and then I did just
the statute of limitations is passed. So
I did. The guy involved has passed away.
Passed away.
I almost feel like I want to do this for a moment next. We'll do it. This blew me away.
And then Morris takeaway.
Yes, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. If you've been dreaming of a new deck, you got to call PCF before all the good weather arrives. And, man, was it beautiful this weekend, and their schedule gets all filled up. You see, with a new deck, patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy the outdoors year-round, no matter the weather. And for a limited time, get 50% off demolition costs. That's up to $5,000 when you book your project with PCF. Contact People Come First Construction Group for all the details. They designed and built our outdoor living space, and man, did we love it. Start planning and designing your dream deck right now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, construction can take a little bit of time, so please get started today. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
70 and sunny this week, so get out on the water with ARC, the 100% electric boat. They're doing demos on Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Book one and see what they're all about. I got to ride in the brand new ARC Sport, and it was unlike anything I've experienced. Think of a luxury EV on water, quiet, powerful, easy to operate, heated seats and seat backs, a large touchscreen display. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Buc-ee's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Buc-ee's makes auto care simple. Visit Buc-ee's.com today and drive with confidence. Buc-ee's.com.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Olympic has the perfect way to celebrate spring. A hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. Through May 10th, you'll save thousands on the perfect wellness solution for your home. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let him know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, did you hear this story, Brock?
Well, thanks to your email.
From Dave Valley. The story's hilarious. So Dave Valley was telling the story over the weekend about Randy Johnson.
Dave and Aaron are really good.
Yeah, they're very funny. So he's telling the story about Ken Kaiser, old Major League umpire.
Was he the real big one?
He's a big boy.
Didn't move.
Big boy. Yeah, I'll read you some more about Ken Kaiser in a moment. So Ken Kaiser was the home plate ump a day that he was calling Randy. And I guess before the game, Ken Kaiser, I'm just paraphrasing Dave Valley's story, was like, hey, yeah, it must be super easy just calling Randy. It's only two pitches, fastball, slider, and he's really good at throwing both of them. Anyway, he gets to the point where Ken Kaiser is going to call the game. He's going to call pitches for Randy Johnson. So he's behind Dave Valley going, fastball, slider, like telling him what to throw, which is hilarious and incredibly inappropriate all at the same time. Isn't that amazing? And Dave's like, yeah, I'm getting all the calls because he doesn't want to be wrong with the calls that he's making. Can you imagine?
That doesn't feel right.
No. I mean, it's very funny. It's a great story. I love it. Like, I really, really love it.
I bet you that had to be like for an inning or something.
Oh, yeah, he didn't say it was for the whole game.
No.
But That does not feel. Can you imagine learning about that as the opponent? Like, wait, what? The umpire was invested in the game that way? So anyway, I decided just to because I kind of remembered that the name Ken Kaiser. So I was like, oh, let me just do a little bit of research. So this is just from his Wikipedia page. This is the umpire that was calling the pitches for Randy Johnson through Dave Valley. Before reaching the major leagues, Kaiser worked as a professional wrestler, wearing a black hood and being known as the Hatchet Man. In his brief stint as a professional wrestler, he wrestled such famous opponents as Haystacks Calhoun. In 1986, he was voted the most colorful umpire in the AL in a poll by the Sporting News. Players in 98 and 99, when polled anonymously, voted Kaiser among the worst AL umpires. In 99, he was among the 68 who submitted their resignations en masse in an unsuccessful attempt to force a new labor agreement. He was one of 13 who were not rehired after the union negotiations. Wait. During a period in which many umpires were criticized for their weights, Kaiser was the heaviest.
Yeah,
he wrote in his 03 autobiography that he weighed 260 in high school. The AL listed his weight at 220 from 1977 to 79, 200 after that, before revising the figure to 288 pounds in 1983. Anyway, yeah, Tom Candiotti later recalled that Kaiser wouldn't move 3 steps to call a play. So that guy's standing behind Dave Valley calling balls and strikes. Lyle's about to turn this into an argument for ABS. I can already see it in his face.
Fastball.
Wow, a pretentious umpire wants to make himself a part of the show. What a rare occurrence.
This one, you actually get to make that call, Lyle. That is true. Anyway, that story just blew me away when Valley was telling it. Like, that made me laugh out loud sitting on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the
I
only
bet you there's a
funny thing
time. I bet you there's been a time or two when games get out of hand that NFL coaches would be like, well, you make the call. Back in the day, especially, for sure.
Yeah.
So fun. Good
It
stuff.
is sort of sad how some of that stuff has been lost. Like, it is better that those things don't happen, but it's also sort of sad that some of the character like that has been lost over the years, right? I think it's why when you hear, these two, Julian Neal, or, like, you get excited, right?
Yeah.
Because I keep wanting to call him Bud Grant. I've almost called him Bud Grant like 30 times. Yeah.
Is that why you're pausing?
Yes, because I so badly want to call him Bud Grant instead of Bud Clark. But I
don't think Pete would mind.
Pete would love that. It's his guy. But you've lost some of that. It's too bad. Like that is, I don't know, whatever. Bygone era. What are you going to do?
So Maura made her way out there on Friday, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maura got a takeaway or two.
It was gorgeous out.
Oh, gosh. It looked amazing. Anybody, I'll give you one more, Maura, before you jump in here. I kind of asked around a little bit. And I asked even Maura during the break, did any of maybe the undrafted guys or none of the draft picks that we talked about? Because there were a lot of tryout guys there. G. Scott Jr. was there. It's kind of cool as a receiver, trying to slim back down and transition to that. And the name I kept hearing from a few different people was actually Big Boy. He was a big boy. And it wasn't Devin Eastern, who, as I said, it's kind of Red Bryant, top heavy. It was actually the nose tackle out of Kansas State, Uso Seumalo, who I did a bunch of his games at K-State. Why wouldn't I? I love K-State. 6'3", 330, kind of a Brandon Peely. Like, okay, all right. That Brandon Peely, just run stuffing, kind of nose tackle, 2-gap. That has a role in this scheme and in this system. He was one that I think made a pretty strong first impression on quite a few people around there. So keep an eye on that one.
Okay. Maura?
Compare and contrast Ken Walker, Jadarian Price. That's really all I've wanted to ask since I saw this on
told
the show
Salk
sheet.
at 6:30 that, I was standing there with Brian Nemhauser, Hawk blogger, and I was like, Jadarian Price is pretty ripped, but I don't really want to go on and say that to them because they're going to make it a thing like they did with Ken Walker. And then I told him about how I said, have you seen Ken Walker? When I was like, you remember those workout videos he was posting a couple years back? He's like, yeah, those were insane. I'm like, thank you.
Please.
Yes.
No, he does look pretty ripped, but he looks smaller than Ken Walker. I could see why, Schneider said that I think he's about 203 now. They'd like him to be closer to 210. Mm-hmm. But he looked great. I think the word that jumped into my mind just watching him do everything was fluid. Like he just looks really natural, ease of movement. I never saw him get corrected on any of the drills. Just seemed like he knew what he was doing. What are those called, Brock? The little like foam blocks they put down and have them do their
Yeah, the
footwork
little
in
bag
between.
drills.
Yeah,
And he was doing all the running back bag drills. Yeah,
he was really smooth with that.
Super
And
fluid.
I told Salk the guy behind him was not
Yeah,
not
a
as
little rough.
much. They didn't really like the way he was shuffling through, and then I think Thomas Hammock the coach was asking him why he was holding the ball like that. He's like, "Would you be doing that in the game?" He's like, "If it's in between the tackles, I would." And I was like, "What? Why would you argue with the coach right now when you're trying to make the team? What is happening here?"
Yeah.
So he was getting a little more attention. I believe his name was Miles Davis too.
Okay.
He was getting a little more attention. Jadarian Price just seemed like the A student that was
Yeah.
doing everything right.
Pretty buttoned up. Yep.
Yeah. And he got a lot of pass catching in, which was nice. McDonald said afterwards that was kind of more because they really don't want anyone coming near making contact with him right now. So they had him in space a lot. But yeah, he was doing well with that.
I would agree. Just kind of watching the videos, I wouldn't say like he was CJ pro size. Remember, I made that comp because CJ was a receiver, so the catching end of it was so easy. But it also was not like, oh, he can't do that. You know, oh wow, now I know why he only had 15 receptions. No, like that was not a big part. That was more Jeremiah at Notre Dame. Jeremiah loved than it was him per se. But he did not look like he had two left hands. Right, he did not look like as the ball
that was sort of the
coming to
Ken
him.
Walker thing. All of a sudden, at the end of the year, everyone was like, the announcer, "Oh, this guy can't catch the ball out of the backfield." It's like, what?
Right.
Well, he's fine. Like, it's not his strength, but like, Ken Walker did not fall down every time you threw him a ball out of the backfield and have the ball hit him in the face. Like, it just wasn't the strength of his
Now, I
game.
do
I'm
think-
assuming that's the case here too.
I do think that will be one of the areas I got a little watch on over the course of the year with, again, a first-time play caller in Fleury, right? Learning how to do it. And where did he come from? He came from a place where, my gosh, did they feature McCaffrey almost just as much as a pass catcher and threat in that way as they did as him a runner between the tackles. And from what I understand and kind of what I've heard, I think that they would like to incorporate more of that.
I mean, maybe
with all of their running backs.
But okay, if you don't do that, then so what? I mean, like, okay,
find other ways.
Right? Like, it's not like you have to incorporate the passing game out of the running back, or else you can't succeed.
No, but when you take somebody at 32, you would like to have, just in the same way as you take these guys defensively that have versatility, you would like to make sure you.
I would like it, but really, what I would like is for him to just be a good running back. Just run the ball well, break a couple plays, show the explosiveness. If the pass catching comes, fine, that'd be great. But just be a good running back.
Maura, what did it feel like seeing the second Lombardi Trophy in the case? Did you happen to walk through our door?
I did. It looks pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Does it look the same as
I
the
know.
first
I
one?
didn't think to take a picture. I saw Brady Henderson and Greg Bell post a picture of everyone. Seemed to love it.
But just kind of a reminder, right? I mean, just kind of a reminder in the last little over a decade.
So weird.
You got two of those suckers.
So weird.
Right?
It really is bizarre. Doesn't matter how many times we come back to it. It's still so strange that this team just
was
won
it
the Super Bowl.
surreal seeing them all back on the field again a little bit? I know these were just the rookies and a ton of tryout guys, and it was not the names that you know, but was it a little surreal kind of seeing them the first time back on the field, Maura?
Yeah, it's wild that it's starting up again.
Here we go.
A whole
I
new
was
class.
hoping Maura was just going to say, no, not really. Surreal?
Normal.
No, it was rookie camp. None of these guys were
I
here.
think, Bo
Why would it
Stevens-
be surreal? That doesn't even make any sense.
No, that's something you would say, Salk. That was
Well, that's just because Maura's nice. She's thinking it. She just didn't want to say it. Like, surreal? Yeah, they're playing football at practice time, Brock.
Do you know
Not
what was
surreal.
surreal?
It does feel like
The
a quicker
Coliseum.
turnaround than normal.
Coliseum surreal. Like, that's surreal. Like, oh my God, this thing has been here for
very surreal.
Thousands of years.
The forum, very surreal.
Well, Brock, to make you
Thousands
feel
of
better,
years.
Bo Stevens described it as surreal.
Yeah.
Oh, who did?
Bo Stevens.
Oh, thank you, Saul. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Coliseum, surreal. Guys at rookie minicamp,
Oh my God.
kind of what
Maybe
you should
not.
expect in May.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Brand new draft class.
Glad they picked in the first round. It panned out the way most of us thought it was going to go down with Jadarian. I got to say Jadarian. I did so many hits calling
You
him
say
Jadarian.
JD.
Yeah, I kept calling him Jadarian. But Jadarian Price, Bud Clark was a surprise. Was not on my radar, not even on my list. I scouted like 150 players, and he was not one of them.
I thought for sure they were going to go offensive line there. I
Yeah,
was
me
convinced.
too. Julian Neal was a great pick as well.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, look, in our area, we've had a ton of people try Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, more than 4,000. And guess what? I'm one. It really did work for me. I know I'm not alone. 20, 30 pounds you can lose in a whole lot less than 8 weeks. That's what I did. Lost 10 pounds just in the first week. You just start feeling better right away. You're eating healthy, fresh food. You buy it all at the grocery store, so there's no costly recurring monthly payments for injections or pills, and you're not reading about any scary side effects or anything like that either. Doctor-developed plan. It's safe. It works. Super simple. Food tastes good. Great recipes. 15 minutes, right? You might spend that time just sitting in traffic today. Why not instead use it to schedule a consult at eastsideweightlossclinic.com? Because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Go big this spring at Chef Store. That means more fresh meat, produce, and supplies for less, so you can focus on what's next. We're open to the public, no membership required. All that and so much more. Chef Store. Shop big, save bigger.
Hi, Andy Klein here. There's something special about a baseball game. The moments and the memories. At Klein Jewelers, that's exactly how we feel about our diamonds. They're a beautiful reminder of life's biggest moments. We're here to help you find the perfect diamond or beautiful piece of jewelry to celebrate your engagement, anniversary, birthday, promotion, or just because. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Shine with Klein.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have vehicles made for adventure seekers. Get the Tundra at 2.99% APR for up to 72 months with $1,000 bonus cash or $4,000 customer cash. Lease the 4Runner for $389 a month or the Tacoma TRD Sport for $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Exclusive taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
A shot to center field. Julio is there, and Julio makes the catch!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house, even when there's not an actual seat, because you're in the T-Mobile pen.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
The pen isn't just the perfect space to hang with your whole crew. It's where you can see Julio defend the no-fly zone 1 minute and watch Senor Smoke get ready for his big entrance the next.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Sure, the pen is standing room only, but with a team this exciting, who wants to be sitting down? Mariners baseball. Try this up.
With Mariners value games, you can score tickets starting under $12 on select dates all season long, including all 3 games of this week's marquee interleague matchup against the Braves. Don't miss the action tonight and tomorrow at 6:40 and Wednesday at 1:10. Get your tickets today at mariners.com/valuegames.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have vehicles made for adventure seekers. Get the Tundra at 2.99% APR for up to 72 months with $1,000 bonus cash or $4,000 customer cash. Lease the 4Runner for $389 a month or the Tacoma TRD Sport for $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Exclusive taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Rough weekend at T-Mobile Park. Wasn't supposed to be. It was all in honor of Randy Johnson. We'll get to that in a moment. But the Mariners unfortunately laid a complete egg, losing all 3 games over the weekend and finding different ways to do it.
Yeah, I mean, baseball's about consistency, and that's what we want to get to. And right now it seems like we're going through some swings back and forth. But we know what we got to do to get back to that consistent baseball, and that's what we're going to do, against this Atlanta club.
It has been very inconsistent. Yes.
Then do it. 16-19. Not this team. Not this year.
Wasn't supposed to go this way.
16-19. Come on.
Unfortunately, they were finding a lot of different ways to lose, and we'll go through some of this with Shannon, talk through it later, but it was a rough outing Friday for Brian Wu. That's now 2 in a row. Am I concerned? No, but that's 2 in a row. Friday also had some head scratchers late in the game. We kind of talked through the question marks of when to pinch hit Canzone and who was available and what was a leverage situation. And unfortunately, it all just kind of went awry. Saturday, Emerson Hancock, Brock, was as good as you can be. He was phenomenal. 14 strikeouts in 7 innings. Yeah. He was great. He was just great.
I'm trying to remember who it was on Twitter. I think it was the great Lyle Goldstein that said, forget about who's going to stay in the rotation. Send this guy to the All-Star game in Philly. Like, he's been your All-Star pitcher this year. He's been your ace. Yes. He's not had a clunker like Wu. Even the one he gave up like a 3-run home run and, on the road a couple starts ago, he still found a way to stay in the game and get you into the 6th. Like, he's been your ace this year.
Yeah.
And Saturday was the magnus opus.
Yes. Jeez. Unfortunately, Munoz blew that game, and they lost. And then yesterday, left-handed starter shut them down again. They really struggle against lefties, and we can run through some of that either today or tomorrow. Mariners, as you mentioned, 3 games below 500, 2.5 games out. Atlanta coming to town now for 3 straight starting tonight. Logan Gilbert against a local kid, J.R. Ritchie, pride of Bainbridge Island. He's pretty good, right, Lyle?
Yes.
Former first rounder, yeah.
Yeah. What are you doing there?
Former first rounder.
Oh.
Pretty good.
I was trying to figure out what you were doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just adjusting my screen.
I thought you were getting ready to leap through the screen.
You thought so?
It seemed that way.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Does Heather speak fluent Italian?
Not fluent. She studied there. She took Italian throughout college and studied. Yeah. She can speak Italian, but not fluent, I guess I would say. Yeah. She definitely got us by while we were there.
Yes.
You? Would you say you now speak fluent Italian?
Very much. Very much.
What's your level of proficiency?
Would this surprise you that I was having a hard time toggling between Spanish and Italian?
No.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, they're similar.
There is a lot
they are
more.
Both romance
that's
languages.
one of my takeaways. There's a lot more similarities than I would have thought.
Romance languages.
Like in the Munich airport yesterday,
Even
German.
French, too. They all have very similar.
They're all
German,
romance
very different.
Yeah.
Very different.
Yeah. They're all from Latin.
Uh-huh.
Not German so much.
Yep.
That's
No,
Germanic.
not so much.
As you might imagine.
Injury's an issue, you say?
Well, not just an issue, but like the way we're getting the information has been so strange. Have you ever heard of general soreness in Major
hockey.
League Baseball?
Yeah, lower body injury.
Lower body, upper
injury.
body.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a baseball player with general soreness? Certainly not one missing games. A guy that a couple of years ago, as Moore pointed out, was catching with a broken thumb.
Not 30 games into a season. Maybe 100
odd.
games into a season.
So, okay, so then the next day we find out it's actually a side issue, which sounds like oblique, but it was said like right side. So I don't know whether that meant like oblique area or if it was like somewhere on the right hemisphere of the body. I don't know what it means, but Cal's missed a couple of games now. They called up the backup catcher from Tacoma. I actually kind of liked the way he played yesterday. I thought he had a couple decent at-bats. Unfortunately, they didn't amount to a whole lot. Brendan Donovan was supposed to be back, and now
so he's
going
making
out
a couple in
rehab.
Arkansas this week.
Yeah, here's Justin Hollander.
Brendan Donovan, he will travel to Arkansas on Monday. He'll play Tuesday and Wednesday in Arkansas, and if that goes well, he'll join us in Chicago.
Okay.
They kind of need him. I'm feeling. I had teammates like this, where high school, college, you just kind of feel bad. Like,
meanwhile, Lyle, I saw you put your
Rivas is just he can't play every day. It's
not who he is.
a disservice to him.
He's a utility infielder.
He's a disservice to him.
Lyle, you told me that this kid from Japan wasn't going to be any good.
Yeah, Lyle.
You were
Munetaka Murakami.
Yeah, you were
Lyle.
down on Murakami.
So was everybody. So
No,
was the White Sox.
Whoa. Not everybody.
Not everybody.
Not the White Sox.
Not the White Sox.
So here's my question.
Lyle.
Here's my question. Is he going to be Kyle Schwarber, or is he going to be Yermin Mercedes? Is this a 1 month thing?
I don't know.
It's going to be Chris Shelton.
How's your third baseman of the Orioles doing?
Kobe Mayo? I'll give him time.
How much time?
It's like 23.
Okay, all right.
He's on the Jesus Montero plan.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Trade the farm.
Huh? Trade the farm for Kobe Mayo. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Who do we want to trade? Brian Wu? Was that what you
I
wanted to do?
don't think that's what I said. No. Nope.
Anybody on our roster? Julio.
Don't think so.
Brian Wu?
Give me Julio.
I think you said Wu or Miller.
I think you did say Wu.
Don't think so. Don't think so. No. Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
All right, Brock, real quick. Julian Neal wearing number 1. Love it.
Yes, looks great.
Jadarian Price wearing number 8.
You'd be the first. I went back. I was curious.
Meh.
Was a great Gale Sayers? Was somebody at number 8 at some point in the history of the
Don't love
NFL?
it. Don't hate
Never
it.
been.
Don't
Never
love
been. Never been.
Bud Clark, number 9. Like it.
Legitimately, there's never been an NFL running back wore 8.
Yeah.
Because the rules changed in 2021.
I know.
Yeah.
Bo Stevens, 60. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it works.
That's everything you need to know.
By the way, that guy is just.
You
What
like
was
that,
your
right?
observation, Maura? What did you say about Bo off of the air when
I
Mike
said he
Salk
didn't seem as large as some offensive linemen, but I guess
test?
yeah, he had some burst, and then I forget what you said, but I was like, yeah, he does have he has a big back.
Didn't you say he was dense? Like dense? There was
That's
a
what it was,
density.
yeah.
He's just
There's
dense.
a density there.
You think
You
Derek
are
Hall
my
has big knees? I actually pointed his
density.
knees out to Molly.
Yeah.
I was like, look at this guy's ankles. and
Bigger than
knees.
Derek Hall's knees?
Yes.
No. That guy's got knee and a half. Like
No.
they're knees.
So
really.
these knees are like, no.
All right. And then
Broad as my
I
shoulder.
mentioned earlier, Brock, look, just a quick shout out to each kid because I feel bad that I didn't recognize. You got to recognize the kid. Plus, I
not
think
all the
I think
names,
you'd
no.
enjoy the names. I think you'll enjoy this.
No.
Hold on. Anna Audrey Avery, Karina Elena Eliana, Ella, Kira Maddie, Peregrine Xavier, and Zane.
Wow.
I thought you would just appreciate
Way to go, girls.
the list
Bringing
of
home that
girls
chip.
bringing home
What
the
I really
chip
want you
for
to do is
Cascade.
read the text chain that you were reading during break. That's what
I debated with Heather last night whether or not I could read it. She said no.
You sure?
I would like to, but I don't know that there is an upside, and I think I will end up looking bad.
Here's the thing, guy with the pretentious. You would have more fun.
I don't think I can read it, honestly. Like, you know that almost everything in my life is, not
open
off
book.
limits. It's
No,
open
it's
book. I'd
transparent.
love to
Open book.
share
Yes.
all the hilarious
You and I are
things I see
overshares.
over the.
We're
but
overshares.
I think this one I've got to draw. I don't think I can read this text chain. It's too awful. It's too. I don't think I can read it. I have nothing to do. It has nothing to do with me, but I don't think I can read it.
Pretentious.
I'm sorry. It's too awful. It's so bad. Shannon Drayer's up next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
The Seahawks end up with 8 picks.
Every afternoon at 2.
They went in with 4, turned them into 8. What'd you think?
It did sort of align with what they needed. I love the first round pick. I would just give John an A for hanging around until 32 to take Jadarian Price.
They could use it. They could use it with the uncertainty surrounding certainly Charbonnet and or McIntosh, if he's even going to be part of it.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, coming off the plane, I got 3 questions for you on this Monday morning. I'd love for you to answer them honestly, and I'll add a little context to one of my answers. Do you 100% know that you got the right insurance to protect your needs? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price every month? And number 3, should you need that insurance, can you pick up the phone, skip the phone tree bot, and actually talk to a real person who can help you immediately? I needed that a couple weeks ago. We added a vehicle and took a vehicle off and just had to make some changes to the insurance. And instead of, sitting on hold, instead of talking to a bot, I actually talked to a real human being in First Mark, and we got it answered. And upon that, even more, I was like, is this really the best price? And what do? They go out, well, here's comparison. Here's what you're getting. Here's your bang for the buck. We call it the First Mark Challenge, right? Here's what you're getting. Here's what the market's giving you. And there's just a peace of mind. There's a comfort in knowing that you're getting the absolute best value you can in your insurance. And oh, by the way, if you got a local business, you could take advantage of that as well. You could take the First Mark Challenge and be the next First Mark victory. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. They win for you.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O'Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed
At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on our wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee up at Loomis Trail for championship caliber golf and experience your favorite musicians live at the event center. Visit silverreefcasino.com and book your stay today. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It is good having you back. I'm excited to hear a little bit more about Italy.
I got so much.
Sounds like there's some good stories.
It is sports. It is sports every morning, but I got lifestyle. And
Yeah.
I feel like.
I mean, you just have it.
Who was the fella? Gosh, I'm blanking on his name. I shouldn't even open my mouth.
Okay.
The world traveler that passed away some years ago. He was awesome. That just went.
Anthony Bourdain?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to give you at 9.
You're going to give me a Bourdain style.
Well, my middle name is
Italy.
Anthony. I mean, I'm kind of like him.
Sure.
So yeah, Brock Anthony Bourdain Heward.
Wow.
Italian trip breakdown.
I think of you as being so similar to Anthony Bourdain. So
very
that,
much so.
yeah,
very much so.
Okay. As long as it's not an Andrew Zimmern style account of all the gross things you ate, we should be fine.
Almost got arrested in the Munich airport yesterday.
Yeah,
I was
I
screaming
heard.
I was screaming at these 3 guys.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Cutting the line, huh?
I thought maybe it's just America. That maybe airports and airplanes bring out the worst in Americans, and it turns out no.
Well, I think the problem you run into is that Americans, for all of our problems, and we have many, are probably best in the world at dealing with lines. Like, we're pretty good at the line concept.
Oh my gosh.
Like, okay, there's a line. You wait in line. A lot of cultures are not so good at lines. They get very confused by the...
They just cut us off.
That's not right.
And a bunch of old ladies. I don't even know if they made their flight to Chicago. Oh my gosh.
It's not
And
right.
Anywho.
All right.
Okay, we got Shannon.
Yeah, Shannon, world traveler herself, Shannon Drayer, Mariner reporter. Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning. That's a very entertaining conversation there.
Oh, yeah. Well, just tune in after you're done. I'll give you the whole breakdown of everything I saw in Italy.
Cannot wait to hear this.
Your favorite international travel in your life. Before we get to the Mariner weekend, that was a bit of a bummer. Your favorite international travel has been?
Well, there's 2. I loved both of the trips to Japan with the team. And then many years ago with my family, we went to Nepal, and that was the most incredible experience, travel experience, life experience I've ever had. And if I could go back to one place, that would be it.
Wow. You call it Nepal, not Nepal? Nepal? Is that how the look?
No, I think I probably go back and forth with it sometimes.
Oh, either way, yeah. And did you climb a bunch of mountains in Nepal?
No, we got close to the mountains, and that's what I would love to go do, one of the foothill hikes for a couple of weeks there. And the country was beautiful. The people were beautiful. There's a spirituality there that is off the charts. Very, very interesting, beautiful place.
Right on.
Well, what a perfect transition
that was an interesting,
to the
beautiful
weekend
place
we
this
all
weekend.
just
Yes, it
saw.
was.
The
It
weather
was
was
sunny.
great. The ballpark was cool. The Randy Johnson tribute was
It was
awesome.
a spiritual experience. The statue's going to be up.
Seriously, before we get to some of the obnoxious parts of the weekend, how cool was the Randy Johnson moments?
It was fantastic. They usually are, but Randy is just such a special case because he was always a very different person. The relationship with the team was fraught for a good long while. The fans absolutely loved what he did when he was with the Mariners, and then he goes to the Diamondbacks and does even more, and then to the Yankees when he goes into the Hall of Fame. I know a lot of people were upset that he didn't do it as a Mariner, and I understood that. I mean, his biggest accomplishments came after the Mariners. He grew into who he was with the Mariners. I think everybody can thank that experience for him getting to where he was. But to see that there is a mutual appreciation between him and the club and a recognition of what that is, I think is really something. And then to have a number that's already been retired, it just is, I think, very, just the most interesting number retirement and Mariners Hall of Famer, and interesting, probably just not the most clearest cut, easiest, but just rich history of the Hall of Famers.
And now, looking back,
now
and
a
just
statue. Don't forget, we're going to get a statue.
Just revisionist history, or maybe not, Shannon. Wasn't it more than anything just they didn't think that back would hold up for the next decade of Cy Youngs and World Series? Like, wasn't that almost just a a judgment, as I remember it. Like, just don't know if we got the best years of him and how it's going to project down the road. And obviously, did that create some of the bitterness and some of the relationship that was, as you said, kind of fraught there for a while?
No, I think that was part of it. And, Randy took things just intensely personal back in those years, even with teammates. I mean, I remember hearing stories about him throwing at teammates in sim games and inter-squad games in spring training. It was just, he was very, very complicated. And the Mariners were very, very complicated back then, too. And at that point, baseball was different. The dollars were different. And figuring out if he was going to be able to give them what they need, or if he was going to blow up and then, saddle with them with something that they couldn't afford at that point. I don't know the ins and outs and how that decision was made, but yes, that was one of the factors for sure.
Do you understand what's going on with Cal?
No, not well. Yes and no. I wish that we could have gotten to that quicker and in an easier manner. I hope it is what he seems to be saying right now, which was, something minor in his side in the oblique area. They hadn't had the MRI results as of when he spoke yesterday, which I thought was interesting. But from what he was speaking of, it felt a lot better. And what happened was he felt something in his side on Friday, which isn't out of the ordinary, but it is a little bit out of the ordinary when you're still feeling it after the game. And it was certainly out of the ordinary when he woke up with it on Saturday. And I saw him Saturday at about 3:00 walk from the training room into the clubhouse, and it looked like he would on any normal day. He spends almost all of his time in the clubhouse, in the training area. He doesn't go out and hit on the field. His preparation is all done behind the scenes, and a lot of it is physical. And when he walked by and said hello to everybody, it looked to me like I think he was in a tub, which was, not out of the ordinary at all. So really didn't perk anything, something is wrong. It was, there's Cal, this is what he looks like on most days at 3:00. So I think that, there was an effort made to get him going, and it didn't feel right. And they, of course, are going to be very cautious with him. And I'm glad that he was cautious, because the thing that alarmed me the more that I thought about it when we didn't even know what he was dealing with was this guy basically played with a thumb that was detached from his hand for how many months? I mean, he's going to fight you to stay in the game. And so it had to be something because he wasn't out there. And hearing that it was side, well, that makes all the sense in the world, because that's something that once you push that too far, you're out for a few months. So I'm hoping that's all that it is. I'm hoping it was just a little bit of soreness. I'm hoping the MRI results are going to show that. And then, of course, we had the whole, we're bringing up this player and that player, and he's not on the IL, and lots of moves around that to cover themselves, but you have to. I mean, they had to get a catcher there Friday or Saturday, regardless. But then to bring in another player, and it's just like, will they or will they not put him on the IL on Saturday? And they didn't. And they didn't on Sunday either. So, there's a little bit of mystery to it, but, the area that it is, a core muscle, there's just a lot of mystery that is built into that as well.
I know this is always a dangerous conversation and speculation, and because injuries are injuries. And I mean, Lord knows I've had every one of them under the sun for different reasons, but we're 35 games in. We've got a pec strain. We got a side issue. We've had multiple lat issues. Obviously, Donovan was coming off a core surgery last year, so maybe he's in his own little bucket. But just 35 games in, is there just some concern with the number of these kind of injuries that are mounting?
These injuries you see a lot more this time of the year. I don't think that it is probably for something that they are or they aren't doing. I mean, these are what they do is extraordinary, and as they get into their seasons, they do more and more and more. And they also amp up the intensity level, and they're playing more than they do in the spring, too. So I think a lot of it has to do with that. I think, anytime you have an injury, or if you have the same injury a couple of times, you should do a self-audit and find out, are we doing everything? Are we on top of it? And I think the answer with them is yes. And then the question is there anything else? And I'm sure they are always looking for that, because you want these players on the field. Things are not missed. They've got multiple people and people that you see and people that you don't see and studies and everything else going into keeping them out on the field. And they have been a very, knock on wood, healthy team. And I thought about it this week, and I'm like, we can't say that anymore. That was one of the pluses for them going into the season when you're looking at the Astros and when you're looking at the Blue Jays and teams that are taking huge injury hits. And this team just simply didn't do that, which was great. But now they've got the smaller injuries that are really stacking up and impacting what they do. And we've talked about this quite a bit on the game and the pregame shows and the postgame shows. They barely had their regular season lineup out there complete this year because right when you get somebody back, somebody else goes out. And so I think that just really points to how important those that step in are. But getting back to where you see these injuries, I mean, I'm just going to put the big fat circle around, and they're not saying this, but this is me, big red circle around 3 letters coming into this season is WBC. I think that has had an impact. I think that did disrupt so much of the training for so many of these guys. And I think it's hard to look at it, and I'm sure they'll take a closer look at it, even though there's not much that they can do about it. But I think it would be impossible to think that there wasn't any correlation to some of the problems the Mariners have had with the huge number of players they had that were away from camp this spring.
How about the problems on defense?
Take away those letters. That's not that.
It is weird. We started to run through some of this, and they're last in the league in outs above average. Julio's defense has gone from, Lyle was sending over some of these numbers earlier without getting too deep into it, 97 to 99th percentile each year to being near the bottom of the league with only 2 outfielders behind him. What is going on with their defense?
They have 3 players that are in the bottom 15 on the outs above average right now. And this is a team that they need that defense for the pitching. So, I would be a little more concerned about this than the injuries at this point. And this is more controllable, I feel, than the injuries are. I think that some of it is expectations and not being there and struggles. I think that when you are struggling in some areas, the defense can take a hit at times. The Julio things, just some of them are tough plays that he hasn't made that we're used to him seeing. Others, you're looking at routes. You're looking at, it looks like he is misjudging things at times out there, which is very out of character. You look at areas of where there is probably some regression, as players get older, there's that. And I just think that it is a lot of defense is, and they put in the work. We see that every day, particularly with the infielders. They have a very regimented routine that they do every day. And Perry Hill works with them all very closely. But I do think that at times there can be a mental aspect to the defense. And I think that some of the results and what we're seeing, and it's chicken and egg. Well, you play better defense, you win more games, you feel better about it, and maybe you're a little bit more on your game right now. But I do think that a lot of the struggles that we saw early have contributed. They've taken it out to the field.
Shannon, and remind me, I apologize, were you around with Lou Piniella at all, or did he precede?
Yes.
I know he preceded you, or you were around him a bit?
No, I was around.
Does Dan Wilson communicate like Lou Piniella? Because Dan's communication right after the games, and we talk about this all the time, it's wonderful. He takes every arrow, right? He doesn't give you much of anything. Like, is that a Lou Piniella kind of communication style or different?
I believe the words "go ask the players" came out of Lou's mouth once. So yeah. I think that is pretty different right there. And, it's also a different time and different importance.
Yes.
The manager is the one who's the face of everything. Every word he said is heard by everybody. It's heard by the fans. It's heard by the front office. It's heard by the 26 men in the clubhouse. That is the toughest part of the job, I've been told by some people, because just everything you say can impact absolutely everybody else. And Dan plays the cards close. He does not, he does not throw players under the bus. He does not like to criticize players publicly. That doesn't mean that the coaching, that the pulling guys in and talking about things and misses aren't happening. I think it just means he doesn't think it's necessary for that to be, made public.
Criticize privately, right?
Pinella,
Praise publicly. I mean, that's probably because I think you hear that and we feel some of that. And you go into the social realms and you look at our text toy overnight and everything else is like, well, where's the accountability? Where is it? And I don't think you're ever going to get that publicly from Dan. But privately, to your point, I'm going to imagine there's more of those things said there.
Yeah, and I know there is. And I've seen little things here and there, particularly last year. It's just too early to see as much as you see through the course of a season. But I have seen him get on a player for some not heads-up play before.
Yeah.
And, it's definitely there. And the guys, I think they're very aware of it. That clubhouse Saturday was the quietest that it's been all year. And really not a good feeling. It's probably there shouldn't have been after that. And at the time, we didn't know. One of my instincts was, did they hear Cal Raleigh's out for the year? Is that one of the reasons why this is so quiet right now? And then the other part of that would be they just let Emerson Hancock not get a W on a game that he struck out 14 batters.
Yes.
In front of a raucous crowd and Randy Johnson in beautiful weather. And it adds up. And it's not just that game. It's the night before,
no
too.
No extra base hits.
Yeah.
And, yes. And so I think that there is a little bit of, I don't want to say soul searching, but baseball searching going on with them after a game like that, as there should be. And, conversely, the night before, it wasn't right when we got into the clubhouse. But when I'm doing the post-game show, I'm only down in the clubhouse for the first 10 minutes. I go into the manager's office, then I have to get up to the clubhouse, and then people send me sound. So sometimes you don't know what you're going to get when that happens. And one of the late pieces of sound we got from Zach on our web team, thank you, Zach, was Julio Rodriguez in the clubhouse. And this was after a loss, and I played it, and the first thing that struck me is they're playing music. And that's not something you hear after losses. And this wasn't right. There wasn't music when we first walked in. This was probably 20 minutes after the media got in, which is a half an hour after the game. But you still don't usually hear that. And my thought in that, and we talked to Charlie Furbush about it a little bit afterwards, and it was that's their overall feeling. They're still, you aren't going to win every game. And so I think they're still okay. They're not going to hang their head. They're not going to go home and be upset about this for the next 8 hours before they come back. And it was, okay, we're getting on with it. We're not worried. We're a good team. We're going to be fine. And I think that when you see the mistakes that we're talking about, when you see a game like Saturday, I think at that time, maybe some of that silence is perhaps a little bit of turning the page of, we got to do some things here. It's not the same. When we walked into spring training, you remember the attitude. You remember the swagger they had. And that's all coming off of last year and coming off an off season. And Dan Wilson is the first one to point it out. Every season is a different season. And so maybe there was a little bit more, maybe there's kind of quietly a realization, this is another season. We're not there right now.
Yeah, but they really, you say that, Shannon. Yes, maybe he is the first person to point that out, but he was also the one who was very much willing to embrace the words World Series and talk about them and kind of cleared the rest of the guys to do that as well. I don't know. I'm frustrated watching them right now. I don't think that makes me unique. I think a lot of people are. You used the word controllable earlier, and I think that's what's frustrating me over this course of the last three. They're not controlling the controllable. It's not about – sometimes you don't hit. Sometimes the other team pitches. Sometimes the ball bounces the wrong way. That's why you talk process. But you got to control what you can control. For the life of me, I cannot understand the pinch hitting decisions on Friday night. I can't understand Randy making, forgetting the count with the bases loaded in a crucial spot on Saturday. I can't understand Mitch Garver throwing a second base. I can't understand Julio letting a ball go under his glove. I can't those are controllable things, and they've all gotten away from them.
Right. And I'm right there with you. You're going to win and lose ball games. Your talent level is going to fluctuate with who's in the game and who's available to you. But the one thing that you can control is exactly everything that you're just talking about. And hopefully that's a little bit of a wake-up call. If that feeling that I felt in that clubhouse Saturday night is what I think it was, hopefully that was a little bit of a wake-up call. And it doesn't get easier. You dropped the game yesterday. You've got the Braves coming in. And, I'll go ahead and say it. I've seen some people like, we've got them right where they want them. You dropped the 3 easy games. And honestly, Kansas City had done exactly what the Mariners had done on both pitching and offense the past 2 weeks. Those teams are pretty much the same. They had the disappointing starts, and they both had turned it up the previous 2 weeks. And you faced some good pitching. You shouldn't get swept in that series. You probably should win that series at home, but it wasn't, this is the worst team in baseball. Kansas City was doing some things. But I don't see with this team what we saw where they would lose, last year, the inexplicable loss and come back and have the inexplicable win against the team that you're supposed to not win against. They're not there right now. They're not. And, they've got to get there. They've got to pick up. They got to get to the top of the division and run with it for a while, and then you get that swagger back that you had in spring training, but that's not there right now.
Well, a lot of frustration. All that being said, totally understand the season's over crowd. They are, after all, 2.5 games back with only 5 months left to play.
In a bad division now.
So hopefully,
there's plenty of
hopefully
time
there's time to get this thing.
all.
But you can't keep playing the way you did over the weekend. That's just not right. Shannon, thank you. Appreciate you. 3 games here against the Braves, and then you go out on the road, I think, to Nepal, if I'm not mistaken, is this road trip. Nepal.
We're going to go hike in the Himalayas.
That's Naples you're thinking of. Okay. Shannon, thank you. Appreciate you. We'll talk later. The great Mariner insider, Shannon Drayer, here on Seattle
Attention
Sports
to detail, Salky. It's lacking. And it's been lacking through some stretches this season. And whether that's some injuries, whether that's some new faces, whether you can make all sorts of explanations for it, just the overall attention to detail. It's showing up the most defensively. I do think that there is one kind of correlation. I asked you at the start of the show, is defense a controllable? And I think you're right. No, it's not always a controllable.
Not all
because
of it.
Your
Some
athleticism and your speed matter. This is also the slowest team in baseball right
Hold
now.
on a second, Brock. Errors are controllable. I think errors are controllable.
Some are physical, though. You make a physical mistake, right? You don't get in front of it or the ball.
I don't. I think that's
think so?
pretty controllable.
Oh, really?
You hit a ball hard. Like, hitting a baseball is a defensive thing, right? And we've talked about how hitting a hold on. We'll come right back to this. We got to take a quick break.
No, I got my Anthony Bourdain tour.
You're doing that at 9:30.
Oh, 9:30
We got a whole long segment set
Oh.
up for you to be you.
Are you serious?
Yes. We'll talk Mariners next and Brock / Bourdain at 9:30 on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Hey there, Dawn Reiling from Olympic Hot Tub. Time to celebrate spring and warmer days ahead. Get ready by adding a hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. For nearly 50 years, Olympic has been offering products to help people live better. During our Soak, Sauna, and Swim event, find your perfect wellness solution and save thousands through May 10th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Exclusive taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Oh, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, South Sound. Jermaine Kirk with CS Floors. Come meet me at the grand opening of Pacific Northwest Interior featuring CS Floors. May 7th in Tacoma. Visit our website for more information, csfloors.net.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Cleanliness, Brock. Clean baseball. Control what you can control.
Be hard to play against. Don't give your opponent anything.
Yeah, you brought up
Make them earn everything.
Yeah, I'm going to say defense is controllable. Not all of it. Right, you're right.
What's a text toy, I think? The text toy got any answer to that? Any thoughts on that?
It's a little all over. Errors happen. They're not always controllable, but the mental errors are the ones that you can control. I don't know. I think Perry Hill would tell you that a lot of physical errors stem from laziness or mental errors. I think Perry would tell you that when you don't set your feet right, when you like the mistake that leads to a bad throw starts before the throw actually takes place. It comes from a reminder, all of those things lead to it. When a ball goes under, bad hops happen. But in today's version of Major League Baseball, you know what it takes to get an error called?
A lot.
It takes a lot. The ball has to be hit directly to you. If you have to move 2 steps to either side, it's not an error anymore. If you lose the ball in the sun, it's not an error. If you trip and fall, it's not an error. If you totally miss, it takes like an act of God to have an error called on you in Major League Baseball today. So I would say that errors, for the most part, not all of them, I'm willing to have some grace here. I think there's a controllable element to errors. The ball's hit to you. You're being asked to catch it. That's why they call it an error. Hitting a baseball is really hard.
Yep.
You are hitting it against somebody who is specifically trying to make you miss. It's a duel of sorts. There is no duel that goes into catching a baseball. The ball is hit to you, and it's your job to catch it. I don't see that as an uncontrollable. Yes, errors will happen. There will be breakdowns over the course of the year for all players, especially infielders, shortstops. Of course that's going to happen. But that doesn't mean that they are not controllable. I would say that errors are controllable. Now, range, not entirely controllable.
So has that been the biggest
Instincts,
challenge?
not entirely controllable, but even then, to a degree, knowing the scouting report, getting a good jump, paying attention. Josh Naylor, with his mind, is able to make himself a better defensive first baseman than his body and his physical skills should indicate.
Yes.
So do I think it's controllable? Yeah, I do, to a large extent. I would put that on the list of things that you can at least mostly control during the course of a baseball game and season. Your decision-making, your attitude, and your base running,
your jump on the ball, your path to the ball.
Yeah, all of those things I would put, your effort level, those are all under controllable to me. And I think when we've talked over the years about playing clean baseball, generally we've been referring to not having a problem with any of those elements of the game. Not the difficulty of the duel that the batter goes through against the pitcher. You've lost a lot of those. That's okay. I mean, like, that's going to happen. That is not entirely in your control.
You know, one of my great challenges.
This stuff is. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
One of my great challenges with the Seahawks O-line in their valley for a lot of years was their athleticism. It frustrated me to watch Jermaine Ifedi walk on a football field. I'm like, that guy is just so heavy-footed. Like, how is he going to move? How is he going to play tackle in this league and ultimately slid in to play guard and everything else? Or this D lineman that we're going to flip over to offensive line, or this project we're going to take, or we're going to, get more out of it through our coaching and through our scheme and all of it. And it was frustrating. It was like, no. And for a lot of years, the numbers told you, and the grades told you that you're one of the 5 worst offensive lines in the league, not once, not twice, but for a lot of years. And it feels, honestly, defensively right now, when I look at these numbers, when I look at the outs above average, when I look at the fielding range, when I look at these things, it does. It has that kind of vibe to it. You're not middle of the pack, right? You're not 20th, right? You're last.
Yeah.
You're last in the league.
Yeah,
and
that tells a story.
That tells a significant story 35 games in.
And okay, so let's bounce around and how much of this is controllable. Cal's not been a problem at all. His defense has been great.
Correct.
At first base, Naylor is not necessarily a gifted athletic first baseman, but his mind is made up for. Cole Young has not been a problem at all at second. If anything, he's been really good. JP's range has started to decline over the last few years, but that shouldn't explain errors. At third base, I mean, it's not Donovan's regular position. He's sort of learning it, and you've had kind of a mixed bag over there. The outfield is where I find it most surprising. Randy has all the athleticism in the world. There's no reason. He's not a great instinctive left fielder, but he is not controlled the controllable.
Well, he's not locked in mentally, play in and play out.
No,
I mean,
that's just not who he is.
That's just not who he is. You're not going to get that. That's a trade-off.
In right field, you've mostly had Luke Raley out there, not entirely, but mostly. with Rayleigh, there's no physical limitations. He's fast. I mean, he certainly has the speed to have decent range. And yet it shows that he's not gotten good jumps and not been he's been one of the worst outfielders in the league, according to the metrics. Canzone might be worse.
Can't run. Yeah.
Ref Snyder's actually played pretty well considering, but he's not an outfielder at this stage in his career. And then
there's no Robles, right? That's been a loss this year because Robles can typically be a plus defender, not one of the best.
And I'm sure they would have liked to have used him late in games with a lead as a defensive replacement in right or left field. Mm-hmm. And maybe we'll see that when eventually he returns. I'm sure that's been a problem for them. It's a lot easier to throw, a veteran like Robles out there.
So is Julio trying to do
game.
Too much in center field? I mean, for Julio to take this kind of this makes no sense. There's no, like, he's in the prime of his career. Mm-hmm. There's been no injury. He can run. He's actually the fastest player on your team by far when it comes to the sprint speed and all the under the hood measurements.
Yep.
Is he feeling the weight of, like, oh my gosh, I got to make every play because left field and right field's a challenge?
Maybe. I mean, that's certainly a possibility, right? I mean, when a player changes that much, there's got to be something.
Yeah.
Right? And Julio, for all of his struggles over the years, has never taken it out to the field, as Shannon suggested. But also, he's not struggling really this year. Like, there's no real reason. Like, it is strange. So, yes, I think I would have to ask, is Julio being asked to do too much? And because of it, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you on that. But you add it all up together, and you end up with a defense that is hurting. And as Shannon said, when you've built your team on pitching.
That's right.
Your defense has to be good. Like, that's part of it. And you've also moved on from
players. By the way, you've been one of the better strikeout staffs too, right?
Yeah.
Like, your starters, it's not as if this is a contact
Even
staff.
Your relievers who've had their own challenges have actually struck a fair number of guys out. That hasn't really been a problem for them either. So it is a little funky, there's no doubt. Mm-hmm. You've also moved on from some of the more athletic players that you had on your bench. Right? You had, over the last few years, Haggerty and Dylan Moore and some of these guys who could come on and steal a bag or play the outfield, even Miles Mastroboni, who's been hurt this year. Like, those guys were a little bit better defensively. I think Leo Rivas brings some versatility, and he brings an interesting bat.
But not a plus defender.
But he's not a plus defender, certainly not on the left side of the infield when he's got to be, when he's asked to play over there. So, Luke Rayleigh kind of bombed out at first base. You're trying him in right field. It's not working out there right now for him. Canzone is really a DH. Like, they have sacrificed some athleticism.
And honestly, because this team's built on pitching and because we're talking about the defense, I do think shortstop's a conversation. Nothing may change, but 4 of the last 5 years, you're talking about one of the worst defenders in Major League Baseball, and J.P. Crawford. That's not a take. Those are what the numbers say by outs above average. So what the Mariners are going to have to decide here when Colt Emerson eventually gets up is, do you care more about the best possible defense you can put on the field or the clubhouse? And I don't know what the right answer to that is.
Right.
Maybe the clubhouse culture is more important. But if you're talking about just having the best defense on the field, I don't really think there's an argument at this point that Colt Emerson's not a better defender than J.P. Crawford.
I think that's a fair question. And by the way, I think you said that the right way. I don't know what the right answer to that is either. Maybe it is worth sacrificing a level of defense in order to, keep team harmony and confidence where it needs to be. But I think you're right. Like, there would be almost undoubtedly a sacrifice there.
I mean, JP is in the second percentile yet again and outs above average. Those balls that take him to his backhand are a disaster. I mean, it happened twice this past week with the balls to his backhand that he misplayed.
And I think a lot of that is speed in a body that has just, played a lot of baseball and he just can't move like the way he used to move. So, this will be, baseball has a way of working all these things out. Brendan Donovan, when he comes back and he was starting to get a little bit more comfortable, it felt like at third before that flare up, and put him on the IL. Does he play better outfield? Is he a guy that if and when Colt comes up and could play some of that third, does that ease some of the movement JP has to have?
You can go through all of those things, but at the end of the day, you got to control what you can control.
Yep.
Like, you've got to be in it mentally. You've got to not. Garver's throw to second base is it's a terrible play, and it ends up costing him a run that cost him the game, right? And you don't tack on because Randy forgot the count, which you just can't do in that situation. I know Dan's right; it does happen to everybody, but that doesn't make it okay. And I'm going to keep coming back to Friday night. I thought the managerial decisions on Friday night were head scratching. I just don't understand them. If you don't have two righties available late, okay, fine, then don't pinch hit Canzone early. And if that at bat with Canzone in the 8th against a lefty isn't an important at bat, okay, fine, then don't pinch hit Raley or pinch run Raley so that you can use them later to pinch hit in the 9th. It just was. It was a very, very strange grouping.
It was a gut punch.
Decisions.
It was a gut punching kind of weekend, and now you gotta respond with one of the hottest, best teams now down Acuna, but one of the better teams coming in here at 25-10 in
really
Atlanta.
Good team. All right, let's give you guys everything you need to know. We'll run through that next, and then I got to hear more.
Anthony
I am
Bourdain.
ready.
Brock Anthony Bourdain.
I'm so ready for Mr. Bourdain to tell us all about his travels. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
They needed a cornerback. We talked about that going into the draft. They drafted 3 of them.
Bud Clark, he told us, hey, I can play nickel, I can play corner, I can play safety. The same thing with Julian Neal, too. I mean, he's 6'2", 200. As far as giving out a grade, I don't know. What would you say? B+?
If you're going on addressing needs, I'd give him an A.
Yeah.
Now, are these guys all going to pan out? No. I hope those top 3 picks are going to be impact guys.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. And if you've been dreaming of that new deck and you enjoyed and just soaked in the sunshine all weekend long and you can't wait to have one, well, you better get a hold of PCF now before their schedule fills up. With a new deck, a patio cover, a heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy those outdoors year-round, no matter the weather. And for a limited time, well, how about this? 50% off your demo costs. That's up to $5,000 when you book your project with PCF. Contact People Come First Construction Group for all of the details. They designed and built our outdoor space some years ago, and we just loved it. So start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, construction can take a little bit of time, so go get the process started today. Get all your ideas. Browse their amazing photos through the years and their offer details all at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Hey, you mind keeping it down up there, please?
KeyBank will meet you in that I need new neighbors moment.
Rick, it's your mortgage loan officer, Beth. I was in the neighborhood and wanted to let you know your home loan application's been approved.
Beth, you're always there for me, and not a moment too soon.
Are your neighbors bowling with grand pianos again?
And apparently raising livestock?
Ugh.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 399797.
Thinking about investing in home upgrades? Worry less and save more with Snohomish PUD's network of trade allies. These are trusted local contractors who can install heat pumps, insulation, new windows, and more. And when you work with a PUD trade ally, you can unlock instant rebates. This means lower upfront costs, lower energy bills, and work done by vetted pros. Find a PUD trade ally at snowpud.com/rebates.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
A shot to center field. Julio is there, and Julio makes the catch!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house, even when there's not an actual seat, because you're in the T-Mobile pen.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
The pen isn't just the perfect space to hang with your whole crew. It's where you can see Julio defend the no-fly zone 1 minute and watch Senor Smoke get ready for his big entrance the next.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Sure, the pen is standing room only, but with a team this exciting, who wants to be sitting down? Mariners baseball. Try this up.
With Mariners value games, you can score tickets starting under $12 on select dates all season long, including all 3 games of this week's marquee interleague matchup against the Braves. Don't miss the action tonight and tomorrow at 6:40 and Wednesday at 1:10. Get your tickets today at mariners.com/value games.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, things really did look good, Brock, on Thursday and into Friday as we're getting ready for a weekend for the Mariners. And then weekend series just didn't go well at all. There's really not a lot of... I mean, it was nice to see Julio hit a couple home runs on Friday. That
Especially
was good.
Poolside, right?
Yeah, I mean...
elevated. And
there's
one thing that Goldie talks about all the time. That poolside elevating the ball.
Yep.
Once that starts to happen, it's usually a really good thing for him and this team. They kind of follow along.
But then Saturday, it went the other way. Yeah, just unfortunately too many mistakes. And as Dan said after the game Saturday, that doesn't win ball games.
You know, I think any time in a close ball game like it was tonight, it can be a little thing that can go one way or the other and send the game in a different direction. And it happened to us tonight. And again, like I said, the trick is that we got to come back tomorrow and make things right.
You also mentioned, Brock, the base running and, the mental mistake from Randy Arozarena. Yes, Dan does cover for the guys, and that is a good thing. But when you see it like that...
You don't play this game without embarrassing things happening to you at times. I've forgotten the count. Rolled the ball back and there's base runners on. I mean, it happens. But it's tough in that situation, of course. But we got to learn from it, and we got to move on, and that's all we can do at this point.
I think he's saying all the right things there. There's nothing else I would want Dan to say there. And I think Shannon's got to be right that the real work has to be going on behind the scenes. But
you criticize privately.
It really does hurt when you
watch it. But there has to be credit. That's just 35 games into the season.
You a little surprised to see him in the lineup the next day?
Not with their injuries. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to roll, right? I mean, hands are tied in some of the different ways.
Especially with a lefty the next day.
Yeah. I don't think you need to publicly even punish that way. But privately, as a teammate, you got to be infuriated. Like, come on, bro. There's 45,000 people here. There's 45,000. This is the most glorious week. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
He would really, and it's why he's been hard for me to cover for a number of these years, is that just the mental mistakes, the things that you can totally control. That is just...
He's also been like their best hitter this year. So you got to put those things together. And you're like, not a great option. Mariners 16-19, 2.5 games out. Atlanta comes in for 3 starting tonight. Logan Gilbert against the pride of Bainbridge, J.R. Ritchie.
Here's the second thing you need
All right,
to
after
know.
hearing the explanation, starting with general soreness, then to a side issue, and then hearing Shannon, what do you think's going on with Cal Raleigh?
Oh, I think it is. Yeah, and you got an MRI, and she kind of hinted it was kind of odd not to have all the details of that. I think you're just kind of waiting on the MRI to see, man, is something significantly inflamed? Is something, significantly pulled here? And I don't think there was. The fact that he was able to take some swings on yesterday, and not feel terrible and actually felt better than he did Saturday, I would hope that that's a positive. We'll know today. Does he go on the IL retroactive, right? Is this one of these 10 to 15 days as it was for Brash? I think you will know that. I don't know, how long do you play that game of putting him on the IL, not putting him on the IL with all the other stuff going on? I don't think you can really risk playing around with that. So we'll, I think, know a whole bunch more today of whether or not he goes on the IL.
Just something about Shannon talking about the mood in the clubhouse and the reaction and her kind of starting to spiral a little bit about what it could be. I don't know. It's something about this has just been funky from the beginning. I've never heard the term general soreness.
35 days in, it's kind of betwixt and between.
It has been.
It's fairly confounding.
Yeah.
With a bunch of the different injuries that are a part of the game, they do happen, but a lot of them have been kind of this soft tissue degree. It's not a broken bone here, or a kind of typical baseball injury that you see per se, but they're adding up.
Yeah, and you combine those with sort of just, I don't know, I don't want to say a lack of transparency, because I think that's kind of going too far. Maybe it's just like translucent, where you're like, all right, it started with Cal and Randy in spring training, and the Brash thing, and everything starts off Donovan. It's not that it's going to be the other couple days. No, it's going to be a week. No, it's going to have this, and then you throw the Cal one. I've literally in what 20 years of being around baseball, never heard the term general soreness.
And
never heard it.
I mean, we can poo-poo the World Series conversations and don't really love it when your team's 16-19. But it's also no, we're playing for the World Series.
Right.
So we're going to take all of these things and we're going to be hypersensitive to them early in the year because we don't want this thing to be a month or 2 months and really
And it was them using those words. I mean,
it's a lot. There's just a lot. So there's just a lot.
It's loud and messy.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I love these rookies, man. I love Bud Clark and I love Julian Neal.
It's Bud Grant.
It's not. Stop it.
Foster.
Stop it. You better stop it with the Bud Grant thing, because I will screw that up. You better stop. But I love this Bud Clark, dude.
Bud Grant, it was negative.
I freaking love this
14
guy.
degrees and Bud
Man,
Grant.
I was like, who is this big old corner, bro? I was trying to see, because I'm a safety. He bigger than me. I was like, you show big dog. But I feel like getting to know him has been amazing. I feel like we've grown our friendship, grown our teammateship with it. So I feel like we're going to be great together.
I'm sorry, man. There's some Earl there.
Do you know what's great about
There is some Earl.
You know what's great about this sound? It's like,
bro,
it just takes me back 30 years. I'm from Puyallup. There was no diversity. Go to Washington. There's some diversity. There's certainly Paulies, and we had a guy from Texas, and then I get drafted to the league, and that's what it reminds me of. Like, what? I sat in my locker trying to listen to a conversation. I'll never forget this. Right, there was a Southern Georgia, there was Western Kentucky, and there was the Northeast New Jersey. I couldn't understand it. I'm like, what? Same thing. What? Well, what's going on here? It's just the diversity and the backgrounds. It's what makes that kaleidoscope of dudes in a locker room so fun. And why you hear from me and every other former player, there's nothing like it. My TV crew, it was fun. A whole bunch of camaraderie. It's awesome. You build that friendship and that kinship, and you have guys and gals from all over the country, camera folks and producers and directors, but not like that. Not like Bud Grant. So Bud Grant's a beauty.
Bud Clark. I was like, I love that sound, man.
That's a big old corner right there.
Are you sure, bro? That's so funny.
Man, I was like, who is this big old corner, bro? I was trying to see, because I'm a safety. He bigger than me. I was like, you show big dog, but.
And then you got Bo Stevens from Blue Springs, Missouri via Iowa.
I don't care about any of those
Very
guys.
different.
I just like Bud Clark. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show.
You think Bud Clark will wear a crown to his wedding?
I don't know how weird he could get in the next 10 years. I mean, like, Earl wasn't wearing a crown day one. I don't know. There is a little Earl there. He was
wearing that robe and the jeweled shoes and the crown later. Yes,
Doesn't that? Don't you hear a little Earl when he's talking?
You do.
You have to. And he's a little bit of an undersized safety.
Let's see what Bud Clark's hometown is. I know he went to TCU. Let's see what Bud Clark's hometown. I'm going to guess somewhere deep in Texas. Let's see. Alexandria. Louisiana.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Alexandria, Louisiana.
What do you think?
There?
Have I? Probably, yeah. You know how many times I've traveled.
I think Anthony Bourdain was down there doing some crawfish down in Alexandria, Louisiana.
Yeah. No reservations, Alexandria. Yeah, I'm sure. It's the 9th largest city, by the way, in the state of Louisiana.
There you go.
How about that?
Oh,
so
fun.
You're going to sit here and you're going to torch Alexandria.
Spoon. Him and Spoon are going to be some kind of combo.
Yep.
Woo.
Can't wait. Okay, coming up, Brock traveled for the first time really ever with Molly. I can't wait to hear about it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
For the best insider analysis.
Bumpus and Wyman, the floor is yours. This is who you wanted.
Yeah, this is the guy I wanted.
Lock in at SeattleSports.com.
The Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
There it is.
Notre Dame.
The home run picks.
He kind of stood alone. Great player.
And what's next as John Schneider, Mike McDonald, and the Seahawks put together the crew that'll defend the Lombardi Trophy.
They don't draft for need. They draft the best available players.
It's only at SeattleSports.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here. When was the last time you went crawling into your crawl space or your attic to kind of check, see what kind of shape they're in? No? Never? Yeah, exactly. Me too. Homeowners, mostly we avoid those areas, but it is important to check on them regularly. It's why you call Crawl Pros. They will go where you don't want to. The good news, you don't have to go in those dingy areas because Crawl Pros will do it for you. You have them come out just like they did at my house, and they will give you a free corner-to-corner inspection, showing you pictures of those spaces because you're not going in there yourself. They'll climb in. They'll make sure your home is free of water, toxic mold, rodent intrusion, insulation. They can check all of that stuff, and they will check to see what utility rebates are available. So don't just assume your crawl space and attic are in great condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today and schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection to learn if you've got any water intrusion, mold, rodent issues, or damaged insulation. Go to crawlpros.com.
70 and sunny this week, so get out on the water with ARC, the 100% electric boat. They're doing demos on Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Book one and see what they're all about. I got to ride in the brand new ARC Sport, and it was unlike anything I've experienced. Think of a luxury EV on water, quiet, powerful, easy to operate, heated seats and seat backs, a large touchscreen display. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafee and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. If you're dealing with ED, I know what happens. You start trying the Miracle Supplement online or those pills sitting next to the energy drinks at the corner store. If there's one thing I've learned in life, cheaper is rarely better. ED and Peyronie's disease are a major problem with few real solutions. You don't need a gas station pill. You need medical-grade technology to fix your problems. At West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to treat the root cause. No pills, no shots, no surgery. Real equipment, real staff, and real results. Stop wasting money on things that don't work. It's time to end the frustration and the long nights. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or low T, we can help. Call West Coast Men's Health today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gauge Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the socksies up all those people in all those boxes. Yeah.
today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Mariners and Braves tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with. Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation. They're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month, no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
Hey there, Dawn Riling from Olympic Hot Tub. Time to celebrate spring and warmer days ahead. Get ready by adding a hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. For nearly 50 years, Olympic has been offering products to help people live better. During our Soak Sauna and Swim event, find your perfect wellness solution and save thousands through May 10th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, I am... Hello? Uh-oh, wait a minute. There we go. I am very, very excited that you were traveling. I've been waiting for this moment.
I could tell you were. I know you didn't text me too much, but I could tell when your text came, you were very curious. Like genuinely, like as a friend of mine for all these years. And you, and let's be clear, like you and Heather and the kids, you love to travel. Mm-hmm. It's Denmark, it's Morocco, it's, Italy, it's France. It's you do a lot of that, and have done a lot of that.
We'd love to do more of it.
By the way, some of it, Salk, is because of age and stage in your life, as you're seeing now being wrapped around youth sports. It's one of the things Molly and I said a bunch, like, man, why didn't we do this with the kids? Like, well, reminder, check. Like, what did we do? we were in Yakima for Best of the West.
Tri-Cities, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we were in the Tri-Cities. Those were our vacations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you get out of the country and you get to a place as beautiful as Italy was. Holy smokes.
So what were the big takeaways?
Okay, so I broke this down into four areas for you.
Okay, good.
Yep, I kind of like a Jeopardy
categories.
You could say, Jeopardy.
Our ode to Carmichael Dave. Yes.
Best thing I ate.
Yeah.
What I did not enjoy or eat.
Okay.
And there's a double Jeopardy confession in there I'm going to make. What I very much tired of. And what I learned.
Okay,
so those
let's
are your
start with what
categories.
you learned.
What I learned is it's all about the tomato, stupid. Why is the food so good? And we were there, 9 days, ate every meal basically out, which I did get tired of. But, why is this so good? Why is this so much better? And it's not just the dough is lighter and some of these things that and the cheese is better and the ingredients are fresh, which is all that is true.
I mean, yeah.
The olives the ingredients are so much fresher. I get all of that. But it's about the tomatoes, stupid. The tomatoes there are just, worlds apart. It was like I was on a different planet. 40 different varieties? We did eventually go. I found we were up in Anacapri, which I enjoyed more than Capri, which is the Puyallup to the Seattle. So of course I enjoyed the Anacapri side of it, and I've walked down some different places and away from the total tourist beat. I'm like, I gotta find the grocery store that the locals all shop. I gotta find this.
Sure.
And when I did, I'm like, I've never seen that tomato. I've never seen that tomato. I've never seen that tomato. I've never seen any of these tomatoes in my life. So I would say that was what I learned from food aspect.
You're going to end up going on a long tomato quest, much like my banana one, to search for the different varietals.
Are you going to spend $90 on a case of tomatoes?
that taste exactly like every other one?
Oh, man. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Did I look up all the Italian stores and supermarkets in my area for the authentic? Of course I did.
Yeah.
Like, I got to at least try some of that when I get back. So that was one of the
So the
very,
tomatoes
very large takeaways.
are a huge factor in the Italian food.
In all their sauces, in all of their pizzas, in all of their dishes, in all of their caprese salads. Like, yes, the tomatoes are just different.
Okay. How about the best thing you ate?
That's a tough one.
I know. I'm sure it is.
That is a very tough one. I would say there were two things that jumped out there. Number one, the fried artichokes.
Mm-hmm. Aren't they delicious?
I ate the whole thing, the stem of it, all of it.
It's ridiculously good.
How is this so good?
Yeah.
And I think we even asked the waiter. That was our first night. That was a Joe Tessitore recommendation in Rome. So let me let the audience know on this grand adventure that I was on. It started in Roma, and then it went to Napoli, and then it went to Capri, and then it ended on the Amalfi Coast and Positano to Amalfi to up to Ravello, right over to Sorrento to shop. So it was just, it was tremendous.
Yeah.
But it started in Rome in the first meal, because I know my buddy Joe Tessitore has been there a ton, is Italian, loves it. And he took us to a place that was over 100 years old. And it was there that we had the fried artichokes. And it was there that we had the carbonara. And it was there that we had the tiramisu. It was there that was like, that set the stage for the whole rest of the trip. That was our first meal on that Saturday night. And it was delicious.
Yeah.
The second best meal is we took a Roman food tour. I'm really glad we did this.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
It was really, she was, Elisa was amazing. We went to like 4 different spots. And here was some of the meats and the appetizers. And here was the wine and the cheese. And here was the pasta. And the last spot was the gelato. So like 4 different spots. Just incredible. I had some dish with pork cheek that I've never eaten in my, I don't... I couldn't even believe how good it was.
Sure.
I would say those two were the single best things I ate. The fried artichokes combined with the pasta.
Did you get cacio e pepe in Rome?
Yeah, we did. Very simple.
Yeah.
Right? That was the thing,
It's
too.
so good.
Very simple dish. Very good.
So good.
You went back for seconds, huh?
Well, Heather and I did have a night. This was right after Avery was born. When we were there, we were, walking around Rome with our 8-week-old baby. Fun. Super fun on the cobblestone streets and all that. It was great. But we had dinner, and then we were like, instead of dessert, you want to get more cacio e pepe? So we did. We went to a different place and got more pasta, and it was worth every second of it.
Let me go to something I did not enjoy.
Okay.
I did not enjoy, and I got a confession.
I got to think about this. This is a food thing you didn't enjoy?
One is kind of a food thing, and one is not a food thing.
Okay, by the way, a lot of people saying not just the tomatoes, but the garlic is much better there.
Ooh.
Maybe that's something to look at as well. All right, what was the food thing you did not enjoy?
Well, this is more of a confession, Salt.
You don't like
this
olives?
This is a confession. No, I love olives.
Okay.
And they had the big green plump olives. They were just tremendous. No, I love olives. Here's my confession. I didn't look hard, and I certainly did not, land on this. And it was not a driving force over my week. But Mizithra cheese at the spaghetti factory, nowhere to be found.
You don't say.
Do you want to know why?
Because it's disgusting.
It turns out it's Greek. So all my life, the spaghetti factory. All my life, the spaghetti factory, and especially Molly and the girls, Mizithra cheese. Oh, the Mizithra.
So gross.
Yes. So there, you were right. When it comes to the spaghetti factory,
disgusting.
My Vesuvius sauce, which is now I understand it's spicy like Mount Vesuvius was when it exploded in 79 AD. I understand all of that more. But yeah, let me confess that the Spaghetti Factory, while great in value.
So you felt like the pasta in Rome was better than Spaghetti Factory?
I just slightly.
I'm just curious. I know you hadn't been yet.
Just slightly.
This was really your first time on the continent. So
just slightly.
You preferred, just so I know.
Let me just be very clear. Let me not be
Italian
snooty.
pasta to the Spaghetti Factory.
Let me not be
the
snooty
worst meal
to
I've
my friends at
ever
the Spaghetti
eaten.
Factory. There is a time and a place and a value for it.
No.
But no, not the Mizithra. Here's another confession.
Okay.
You may be disappointed, and Justin Barnes will be deeply disappointed. We canceled the Vespa tour.
Oh.
After 7 to 8 days of dealing with the scooters and the bikers and the traffic and the chaos. And it reminded me of the Bainbridge Island ferry bikers. Insanity when they get off of that ferry. So it was a zoo. And oh, by the way, it just so happened to be their Labor Day weekend. May 1st is their big, first weekend of the summer. So there was a gazillion people out. And I mean the craziest drivers on the craziest roads with buses.
I'm not surprised by this. You're a terrible driver. Of course you didn't want to do this.
No rules and no regulations. And we were coming back from Sorrento, and I said to my driver, Valentino, you know what I'm amazed by in 7 days? Not an accident. How's this possible? I mean, there are near misses everywhere. Near miss here, near miss there, near miss here. And then we come around the bend, and we didn't hit him.
Oh.
But a biker just splayed out on the road. He's crying. He's crying his eyes out. The van in front of him of tourists is screaming at him because he just, collision. Like, of course there is. Yeah. And I'm like, am I going to get on a Vespa for 7 hours and drive through that?
Did you
no chance
feel big there the way you did in Ireland? Like when we were in Dublin, you towered above the people.
I was El
of Dublin.
Gigante. I was El Gigante in Dublin. Giants.
How did you?
No. And in fact, that was one of our observations, I would say, $200 and what I learned, especially in Roma, is how many tall women there were. There were so many, Mora Dooley pluses, just tall.
Long-fingered as well, or just tall?
I didn't notice. So the depths of my culture took away any of my surface
in Roma.
observations.
Yes, in Roma.
Yes, in Roma.
And in Napoli.
There were so many, many tall people.
All right. So is there one last category here?
One last? I've got a million more.
Good. I could go all day on this.
Yes. Here's what I learned. I did not know.
I still can't believe you went all the way to Italy to learn that the Spaghetti Factory wasn't that good. I'd always liked Spaghetti Factory, but then I went to Italy.
That was a confession for you. I said this earlier. The Italians, they love the male and female form, and it's everywhere.
It is.
It is everywhere.
Yes.
So they love the male form a lot more than the Americans do, for sure.
Yep.
So, you'll like this one. Valentino, great. And Massimo, our two drivers, phenomenal guys, just phenomenal human beings. Loved every second of it. Valentino, I said, so give me there's two things. Here's one thing I learned, and then one funny little story. I didn't realize that U.S. tourism, and we looked up the GDP of Italy, and it's 50%, certainly southern Italy, where we were, right? The Amalfis and the Romes, 50% of their GDP is tourism. It is everything. So I said to both drivers, I said, what do you think for you guys? How much of the percentage of your tourism in, with the car service is American? 75 to 90%.
Wow.
They both said it very explicitly. Without the American dollar and without the American tourists, we'd be dead. We thrive and survive. And I thought it would be a lot more. We didn't feel like a global diversity. We felt kind of a European. And maybe that's because of what's going on in the world right now and prices and everything else. And certainly our flight home was almost empty. Our flight there was full. But our flight home back
Nobody
to
wanted
the
to come
States,
back. Everyone stayed.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But a huge part. That's something I learned. I did not know that U.S. tourism was a gigantic driver of the Italian economy. So then I asked Valentino, give me the best and the worst, or give me the worst. And he's like, I don't like to tell all my stories, but let me just tell you, the worst human, the worst American that I ever, and he's like, we've had LeBron and Michael Jordan. I've had some really neat people, Julia Roberts, some amazing people. This, how do you say his name? Kanye? Oh, the worst. The absolute worst.
Wow.
Yes, treated us terribly. Obnoxious, crazy person. So there you go.
Okay.
Let me see.
I didn't think Kanye was going to come up in our story about Rome, but okay.
No, you did not. Let me see. Oh, you know what else you didn't find in Rome? In Roma? Chicken parm. No chicken parm anywhere. You realize that that's a made-up American thing?
Huh.
There was one little restaurant we went to that somebody called the Cheesecake Factory of Italy, and it had chicken parm.
Yeah.
But that was about the only time I think I saw it on a menu. And the Caesar salads, not great. Not American Caesar salads. Not as much dressing.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Caesar salad was a Mexican tradition.
Was it?
I think if I remember right, there's some story about how Mexican food contributes to the Caesar salad.
So there we get to another thing I learned. Okay. I did not know that the Spanish language was so closely tied to the Italian language.
Really?
No.
Have you never heard the phrase romance languages?
I'm sure I have. I just, again, until you travel and you add context and you live there for 9 days, you don't really get it and understand it. But from, like Grazia and just so many of the similarities. So I was struggling, as you'd probably be surprised. Like, oh no, he's not Senor. Don't call him Senor. Like you're not in. It's not Spanish.
Right.
It's Italian. So trying for me to live in Italian and Spanish, very difficult challenge for me, Salk, because you would only imagine.
I'm sure this was hard. Did you?
It is hard. I went to Spain and then went to Rome right after. So it was, I'm with you on that being confusing.
But I would say the Italian different, and then it's like da 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 da. Gracia. There's a much more versus the Spanish doesn't have some of that element to it. So. And I was not over the top.
I was going to say, how much did you do your mimicking of the culture you were in?
It's all very
I don't
little.
believe you.
Very little.
I don't get Molly on the phone.
We're going to need to call Molly.
I don't believe you at all.
No,
By the way, text toy all over it. Yes, it was the Caesar salad is Mexican in origin.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because it was not very good there the couple times we had it. I'm not a bidet guy. Let's just be very clear about that.
Really?
No,
you got to get used to that.
Bidet in every one of the hotel rooms. Didn't do it once. I just couldn't. I don't know. It just didn't feel.
Are you talking about like a separate bidet or the bidet on
next to the
toilet? No. You need the built-in.
No, I do that. I did that at Hartsock's house. I didn't mind that at all.
But the actual second bidet. The Europeans have no idea what they're doing with bathrooms. They are all they have no clue.
The
Germans whole bathroom setup
the Germans
is awful.
do. The Germans do. That German. By the way, the first time I ever paid for a toilet too, at the Napoli port that we were at. I'd never done that. But the German restroom in the Munich airport, phenomenal.
Okay, fine.
Molly and I both
talking
walked out
showers.
of it like, that was amazing.
The shower in every European hotel doesn't have a full thing of glass. It's awful.
Yeah.
You get water everywhere. It just it's
the bathroom's
nonsense.
The bathroom.
Between that and the lack of ice, it just makes no sense.
Yeah, no.
Did you struggle at all with the lack of ice?
Oh, we had ice. We had ice at the different spots.
Did you struggle at all with the water bottles where the cap stays on and like hangs off of it?
Thank you. That's another thing I learned.
Very strange.
I'm like, am I?
It actually makes sense. Is that way the cap doesn't get lost?
But after about the 8th time, I'm like, what? Is something wrong with me? Did I go to Europe and forget how to open a water bottle? All right. Like, why is
Are you almost done with these?
I'm not almost done yet.
You still have another 10 minutes of this?
Here's another thing I learned. Did you know that the Colosseum was basically the rock quarry for the 800 other churches in Roma? Did you know that? They basically just stole from the Colosseum.
Okay.
Like part of the reason the Colosseum, there's earthquakes, there were problems, but everybody, they just kind of, we need marble. Let's just go down to the Colosseum and steal it. And we'll just build out, like it's all over the whole city of Rome. And it really did come originally from the Colosseum. Did I watch The Gladiator on my flight home after experiencing the Colosseum? Yes, I did. Because it did kind of bring it to life. And actually was fairly accurate. Elisabetta, she was our tour guide for the Colosseum. Elisabetta.
All right, enough.
Yes. She was phenomenal. And that was singularly, if you were to say to me, the singular most overwhelming sight. The Amalfi was beautiful. The coastlines, the up and down nature, unreal. The garden's beautiful. The Colosseum was staggering. It was really
206 says Brock, the Gen X version of Lyle. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you?
So there you go.
Can I get some more? Just 5 more. We only have a couple minutes left. Thank you. I'm glad to have you, Brock, back.
Tiramisu not as sweet in Italy.
Go figure.
Tiramisu
I'm sure
a
nothing
lot more
is as sweet
cheesy.
in Italy.
Not as
little less sugar.
Sweet.
Go figure.
Little less sugar.
All right.
More cheesy. Yep.
Brock. Seahawks draft. Give me just a couple. So love what they did. A little challenged by going running back safety corner.
Okay, so I'll say this, and I tweeted this out. They did not love the edge players as much as the mocksters did. The mock drafters loved lots of these edges.
Okay.
Now they did. They loved a bunch of them too, right? And certainly the Michigan guys we talked about, everyone that I profiled, I think that there was some fascination there, but it did not stretch as deep. And there were a number of them that ended up getting drafted in the first and second round that would not have been Seahawks. To Mike McDonald and John Schneider's points that I listened to after the draft, where mentality really mattered. Mike McDonald knows edges. He knows his edge. He knows what's required of that. And there were a bunch of them that were good players and went other places, and God bless them, but they were not Seahawks. And then when they were at 64, a bunch of them that we had profiled, they were gone.
Yeah, I didn't blame them. It was just sort of a bummer to see all of those guys come off the board in the second round. But, it kind of is what it is, right? That's what happens when you win the Super Bowl. Like,
that's exactly
you don't get an opportunity to pick as high up as you would like to, and you've got to watch some of these guys that you would love to have on your team go somewhere else. That's the league.
Bud Clark and Julian Neal are going to make this roster. You drafted in the second and third round. They're going to make this roster. They're going to play a role this year.
Mm-hmm.
And when we talk about the Rams, as much as the Rams offseason was catered to, how do we address the void and the hole?
They kept making it worse the whole time you were gone, by the way.
Who's that?
The Rams. Like every day they would allow a new report to come out on McVay. And it was bizarre.
Oh, and the 49ers are messy.
Yeah.
A lot of noise around
everything.
Their draft.
Yeah, very messy.
A lot of messy. And you hear Jeremiah Love talking smack about the city of Seattle? I think that may come back about him. But, you didn't hear that part?
No.
He's like, Seattle? Who wants to go to Seattle? Nobody goes to Seattle. Nobody wants to go visit Seattle. Huh. Oh yeah, he took a little shot at our city. Oh. But I think Bud and Neal are Bud Clark and Julie Neal are two more
really
guys.
Enjoy Arizona.
Two guys that are fast, that are twitchy, that are long, that again, when we got to cover in space, when you got to find a way to handle Matthew Stafford and the 500 yards he threw against you, how do we get more speed? How do we get more of that kind of body type? And how do we deal with the loss of Woolen and Kobe that were good players for us? There's no question about that. So I think that those were two moves to address some of that. Bo Stevens is going to be fun now. He's the one that nobody's talking about, right? They come up in the 5th round. He fits into, if there's kind of one thing that you look at, I think John Benton and what he wants, he knows very clearly, like McDonald does for edges. I think this O-line coach knows very clearly the kind of player, the kind of prototype. He's not a high ceiling, but I think he's a high floor guy. And at right guard, with some of the challenges that position last year, a much higher floor, I think that might be a little bit legitimate conversation with Cable Do and him. A lot more than it was even a season ago.
Good.
Yeah. Anything else you want to know? Emmanuel Henderson Jr., your
I just think it was funny that you think no one was talking about Bo Stevens. I mean, we had Hawk Blogger on last week. First thing he said, Bo Stevens. We had DJ on last week talking about Bo Stevens. So I don't know if he was not talked about. I don't know if you need to be like a Bo Stevens original. Like there are other. You're not like a.
Well, so as you can see now, I'm seasoned. I'm cultured. I don't know if you want to deal with this version of me now that I've got experience.
You're kind of a Bo Stevens hipster.
Did you hear me say one thing about a body type in Italy?
No. What's up with that? Did they not have bodies for you to look at?
So I was so much more enriched in things deeper than body types.
Can I just ask a question? We only have a minute left in this show.
Yes.
If I asked Molly to give me the same 15 minutes of observations, how different would hers be?
No, we did this at dinner one night, like late into the trip. What did you learn? It was awesome. And we were kind of bouncing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And you do, when you get kind of embedded in a spot for 8-9 days and a chance to really, really just enrich yourself with it, it was cool. It was
Brock,
special.
Did you actually watch the clip of Jeremiah Love saying the thing about Seattle, or did you just see a tweet?
Oh, I watched it.
I don't think you did, because if we're seeing the same clip, all Jeremiah Love's doing is talking about that he's happy for Jadarian Price, and somebody made up.
No, I watched it. No, unless I got Centelled, I'll send it to you.
I'm watching the clip. I'm watching the clip of
Seattle.
No, I'm watching the clip of Love.
Again?
I think he might have.
Did you get Centelled in Italy? Brock.
No, it was on my flight home. It was.
Again,
it was
somebody can't get Centelled in the air.
So it was somewhere above
international
Greenland.
waters.
It was above Manitoba.
You were in international waters. There's no rules out there.
These guys are so well media trained. These two Notre Dame guys. I'm gonna have to lean with Lyle on this.
I'm with Lyle.
Somebody made up the quote, and the actual video.
I'm really glad my response to this was no. I hadn't heard that.
No,
all right.
I'll find it for you guys.
We'll see you guys in the morning.
Love you long time.
Please stop saying that. We will talk to Jeff Passan tomorrow, without Craig Bishop to talk all about their days in Syracuse.
He was scared last week. I've never seen him like that.
Yeah, the whole thing was strange.
He was nervous.
All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacey up next. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6. Until then, the Hayes.
Oh, it's in the deep Italian bar.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacey, weekdays 10 to 2.
Brand new draft class.
Glad they picked in the first round. It panned out the way most of us thought it was going to go down with Jadarian. I got to say Jadarian. I did so many hits calling
You
him
say
Jadarian.
JD.
Yeah, I kept calling him Jadarian. But Jadarian Price, Bud Clark was a surprise, was not on my radar, not even on my list. I scouted like 150 players, and he was not one of them.
I thought for sure they were going to go offensive line there.
Yeah, me
convinced.
too. Julian Neal was a great pick as well.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good night's sleep.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Rich Eisen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payments sponsor of the NFL.
which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that